Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmer, der Bundespräsident.
Dear participants, the Federal President. Thank you very much, Emily Steinmetz and Jasper Tim, with this beautiful but also dramatic, romantic cello concerto of Edward Elgar. So this day of Steward-Ownership is officially opened. Warm welcome to you, Federal President, ladies and gentlemen, dear audience from far away and nearby. And we are here as the hosts for today. This is Maike Kauffmann, Sharon, and this is Armin Steuernagel, and we are very happy to see you all here. And on behalf of the Foundation for Steward-Ownership and the Purpose Foundation, we are very happy to welcome you here today. Today there are people from many different industries with different perspectives, startups, family-run businesses, investors, politicians. So we have a huge diversity, people from 15 different nations. 500 people have come together here today, even though the room is so big that you can hardly see it. We're fully booked out, and because of this diversity of languages, one remark ahead to our English-speaking guests.
All of our English-speaking participants here. It's so great that you're here as well. We have, I think, something like 80 English-speaking people here. Those of you who don't understand German, you'll have a simultaneous translation all the way through, and I'm switching to German again now. Just also, so you know.
And the same holds true also vice versa. For those of you who do not understand English, everything will be interpreted into German as well. In order to have a really truly joint day of steward ownership today, we would like you to feel comfortable and like you to get inspired and have your ideas developed in your head. So make it your day. Seize the opportunity to get in contact with the topic and with each other from different perspectives. And despite all happiness, we have to say that we are coming together here at a very sad time, and we do not want to act as if the current situation in the world is not present here in this room, and surely also in the minds and hearts of all of you. And this is also what we would like to recognize, and we would like to convey deepest sympathy for all affected people. And we also like to respect and be thankful for the fact that we can come together here today to talk about steward ownership, about steward ownership. So why this day of steward ownership? Some also say fiduciary entrepreneurship. We would like to recognize an idea and a business model which has a tradition of more than 100 years of Zeiss and Bosch and others who have started with that in Germany. So it's a well-proven innovation, but we are absolutely convinced that it has a long and good future and can make a good contribution to our economy, to our society. For example, when it comes to the succession, because it allows people who do not have sufficient financial means to become the successors. Because as a business model, it allows you to focus on the purpose and not only on the shareholder value. It allows you to maintain our diverse business model landscape. And this journey of steward ownership is what we'd like to take you along with, from the first models, the first realizations, to the diversity that we can see today as startups, medium-sized businesses, also big companies in different industries, up until the potential that this model shows us and gives us for the future, for Germany, for Europe, and also worldwide. And we would like to bring you in contact with the pioneers and acknowledge the pioneers of this model, and also show our gratitude that this topic is being taken up again today and lives on. Well, when Ernst Abbe 134 years ago started with this model, he was actually alone. He was the only one doing so. After him, there were Bosch and others, and we will hear a few examples today, but it only became big over the past decades. I think we can rightly say today that it's a real trend. So more and more companies want to do this and want to have this business model, and many of you also see this. Several years ago, we have given it a name. became as successful as it had been as a model. It was widely unknown, but in some parts it still is. And many entrepreneurs do not know this business model. This is why I'm so thankful that so many of you go to universities, that you help other entrepreneurs to embark on the same path and to make a contribution, that next to family-run businesses who are very close to us and stock-listed companies and others, that this will become a individual business model which will enrich the diversity of business models. And this is why I'm so incredibly happy and also moved and touched that your work and this idea is being valued and recognized also by the federal president, who is surely very busy at the moment in general, but he has taken the time to come here in order to talk to us. I'm very happy, Federal President, that you have come here and that you do this for us. So a warm welcome to you, and we are looking forward to your speech.
Lieber Steuernagel,
Dear Mr. Steuernagel, dear guests of VE23, ladies, gentlemen, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. Today, your Steward-Ownership at a venue which has a lot of history and which is filled with a lot of life in present days in Berlin. Thank you very much that you have invited me to address you with a short remark, and I can tell you that it is a pleasure to be here, because your conferences on steward ownership have convened for 5 years now a large number of interested and highly committed entrepreneurs. You feel in a particular way, as I've already realized in my first talks in this building, you feel committed to sustainable economic activity, and without offending you, we can probably also call you an economic avant-garde. Entrepreneurial engagement or entrepreneurial success, or the willingness to strive towards this success, is what unites you all. But what also unites you is to not see that willingness to be successful and to generate profit as the only driving force and the only objective of your economic activity. With ownership comes responsibility. This is the shortest sentence in our German fundamental law, and you fill it with life. The idea to tie up capital in the company and to maintain its substance so that it can serve the purpose of your business in a permanent way, instead of having only the need to meet the claims to return in a quarterly interval. This may not be new, but in the contrary, long-term multidimensional orientation of entrepreneurial economic action is anchored in our social market economy, or in a social economy that sees itself as a social market economy. Internalized and represented are these fundamental principles in a particular way, and this is what we have already discussed in many small and medium-sized family-owned companies that have a long tradition, of which many have gained a high reputation because they are reliable, they are enduring, they have really made a contribution to their region, to the wealth and to social life in their region, and they also have conquered a large market share on the global market. And the quality label made in Germany has still a good renommé today. This is due to the small and medium-sized family-owned companies. Because this is correct, and it's correct to give long-term oriented entrepreneurship time and time again a new contemporary form. And, dear Mr. Steuernagel, you and your co-activists want to do more with your initiative for steward ownership. It is about entrepreneurial activity, which is connected directly to a social aim. And you want to develop entrepreneurial concepts and perspectives that go beyond individual persons or families and to develop then beyond a specific owner, which is a topical question in view of the fact that more and more of these family-owned companies don't find suitable succession, a successor who would then continue to operate the business in the sense and the purpose of the business. The Stiftung Verantwortungseigentum, the Steward-Ownership Foundation, has also outlined proposals to create the legal structures and possibilities or facilitate them to contribute to a modern corporate culture. The political debate regarding such a legal form for steward ownership is ongoing. According to the view of many here in this room, it could be a bit more advocated, but your basic idea to give responsible entrepreneurship, steward ownership, a specific form, a simpler form, has my empathy, ladies and gentlemen, and that is why I have accepted your invitation today. But I also feel that public interest orientation, responsibility for the whole of a society is a commitment, a responsibility for each and every business, regardless of its legal form. And this goes beyond the specific initiative that you stand for. Public interest orientation should go far beyond. Just two examples to make you understand what I refer to. Social cohesion in a society which has been marked in a historically completely new way by migration needs to be understood by every business as a task in order to ensure the future preparedness for your own business. In the years to come, we will have a number of people in the age of gainful employment of 3 to 4 million that we're going to lose. And if 20 years ago unemployment was still our problem, now we already face a lack of skilled labor, which in the next decade develops dramatically. At the same time, we see an earthquake in slow motion. Against that backdrop, of course, we need migration, but we also need excellent training and education in our own country. Against that backdrop, we need migration. However, we need to organize migration and we need to control it. This, in my view, includes the slowing down of illegal migration. On the other hand, it includes legal ways of access to Germany with a coordinated and prudent integration policy. Migration and work migration is not new in Germany. Since the end of the 1950s in Germany, we've seen many people from Greece, Turkey, Spain, Portugal and other countries that have found a home here in this country. And in view of your commitment, many migrants in this country do show a high deal of responsibility and entrepreneurial commitment. When you take a look at the statistical figures, you see that the founding activities are higher among migrants than with people without a migration background. If that topic was the only topic that we had to look into, it would be good. However, no social area, no group will be able to cope with the fundamental threat of global scale, which climate change is, just in interestless neutrality. The incidence of extreme weather events in ever closer intervals that we feel here is something that we all feel. It requires from politics and society, but also from companies, it requires comprehensive concepts and measures to fight against the impact of climate change in order to quickly and effectively decarbonize, but at the same time we need to keep up and maintain the industrial basis for our country. It requires from all of us, but from industry as well, from all of us, the consumers, to consistently commit ourselves to being sustainable, resource-friendly, and to invest into the circular economy. We experience, in times of deep changes, that the demographic development, the ambition but necessary path towards climate neutrality and massive geopolitical changes, as Mr. Steuernagel already said at the beginning, that's what we experience, not only in view of the war of Russia against Ukraine and Hamas against Israel, but also with the change in the economically important countries where a lot shifts towards Asia, East Asia, China, India. It requires that we are ready for transformation, or the willingness to face openly a form of transformation that has long ago started and to actively shape it. The fact that we can do it, that I think is something that we have already shown in previous structural changes. Because it's easier for us human beings to understand it, we always fix transformation to certain dates or events, and events where it seems everything has been changing. But we know from history that all changes, and especially the deepest and most important ones, they all happen over a longer period of time. Very few happen overnight. One example that I can't forget, ladies and gentlemen, when on the 21st December 2018, I was at Prosper Haniel in Bottrop, where the last shift went into a coal mining pit, and the last chapter of coal mining, black coal mining in Germany was closed. It was a historic moment. Many people in the room, especially the miners, had tears in their eyes. It was the end of an epoch which has given us a lot of economic growth and, to many of us, prosperity. But that point in time, that moment, was preceded by a long history of slow but clear and steady changes in the years and decades before. Decades before December 2018 already, structural change in the Ruhr Basin had become a common term. It was feared, it was promoted, and that's what is important, I think, it was indispensable to go into structural change. Today, we are facing the point of departure into the age of hydrogen. AI will change education, training, labor, and the industry, including your companies, to take a good look at these changes and to shape the future. This, I think, is very important and particularly easy for companies like yours to early recognize imminent challenges and possibilities, and to have a good grip on all of these changes. That will be one of the most important prerequisites for sustainable success, and the responsibility lies with the businesses, also in view of the workforce, who in turn are also called upon to face that necessary, indispensable change. And that's why it is good, and that's not a side remark, that's good if responsible entrepreneurs do not only look into changes regarding their own businesses, but also look into cultural change, for example, by supporting cultural activities. And I do not only want to talk about the acquisition of blockbusters in the culture market and arts market to put them up on the boardroom walls, but to foster encounters with artists in contemporary art. They are sometimes the best seismographs for slow, hardly sensible tectonic shifts in cultural or social circumstances that become visible later on. And I have to tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why I have come here today. One of my deepest concerns includes another point. When it comes to all the changes that we have sensed for a long time, it includes an increasing crisis in the trust placed in our liberal democratic order, and this includes our social market economy. More and more frequently, this openly articulated longing to see authoritarian structures again, the increasing consent regarding radical or sometimes extremist forces, and its success in elections are disquieting symptoms that can hardly be overlooked anymore. Symptoms for a crisis of legitimacy of an order that we have had decades of freedom and safety as well as peace with, including prosperity. It was a clear framework for entrepreneurial activity. And again, in such a situation, it is the industry, including the businesses, that have a particular responsibility. Because wherever the industry withdraws from its responsibility for community and environment, where profit maximization in its purest form, reckless exploitation of humans and resources, where salaries and wages exceed the imagination of normal people, this is where the crisis of trust continues. And I have seen at the latest in 2008 with the bankruptcies of large banks and the necessary investment of tax money to support the banks where all this has started. So it is your activity that becomes visible. If that's the case, then it strengthens our liberal democratic basic order as a whole, such as the society expects responsible activities from industry. In the same way, the industry can expect responsible activities of the state and the society that is recognized and identified. Entrepreneurship is not something dubious. It is something that we need to strive for securing our prosperity. And as a result of the personal risk, this entrepreneurial activity deserves our recognition. In the debates that, in my view, are sometimes a bit too general when we talk about the industry, so this aspect is often forgotten. And when we talk about the clear-cut parameters when it comes to competitive industry, when it comes to tax questions, bureaucracy or regulation, it is not always advisable to sense lobbyism only whenever economic interests are clearly articulated, but it is really important to look at actual conditions without having any prejudices in order to understand the overall situation. Competition is good for business, ladies and gentlemen. This is the oldest platitude in industry and all, but we live in times where it's not only about product competition or competition regarding performance and sales markets. It's about much more about the competition around ideas and concepts, competition regarding attractiveness of societal and economic systems. Any business that takes anything of that slightly serious, what we consider to be steward ownership in the largest sense, strengthens the force into the concept of free and social market economy. It strengthens our liberal order, also in the competition of global systems. So I can only encourage you to continue to think in innovative ways to develop exceptional ideas, unusual ideas, and to demonstrate with your responsibility that it serves a good purpose, it serves us all. And I hope and wish that with your innovative concepts and ideas, you find recognition, you are heard in the public, in politics, and in society as a whole. And I wish you a fruitful and interesting conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
ein ganz großes Dankeschön, lieber Herr Bundespräsident, dass Sie diese Wünsche an uns gerichtet haben, diese
directed these wishes to us and shown your sympathy, and you also focus on this difficult task, and we will take this along in our hearts and minds throughout the conference. We can guarantee that. And the Federal President has a very tight agenda today. He actually wanted to stay here, but he cannot. But we were lucky that he could give a speech now, and now I have to accompany him outside. But we are very happy that you came here. Thank you very much.
Ja, während hinter mir gerade noch die Bühne
So behind me, the stage is being prepared for the panel. I would like to make a brief remark. So at this point, as many of you might know, we would have passed the floor to Maria Exner, but for those of you who were here last year as well, it's like a déjà vu. Maria Exner is sick, unfortunately, and I will take over the moderating part. So thank you very much. So, I mean, it's not a joke, and we are not doing it in order to get any bonus points or whatever. She's very sad that she cannot be here with us today, but she has a severe cold, so unfortunately she cannot be here, but maybe she joins us digitally. So, the stage is prepared behind me. Now we can come back to our main topic, and after we have looked at the overall level and talked about the entrepreneurial avant-garde, now we would like to go more into detail, to dive into the topic. We want to understand what does it mean for us, and we will hear from different perspectives in order to get a broader understanding of steward ownership. Also, because many of you are not yet that deeply involved in this topic, so this is why I would like to ask to the podium Génica Schäfgen from Ecosia. She's head of Germany Ecosia.
Ecosia
is the largest independent European search engine, and as of today it has planted over 180 million trees and is in steward ownership. So Génica is a head of Ecosia. Dr. Michael Bolle is the next one I would like to ask to come to the stage.
Dr.
Bolle is here as a representative of one of the oldest steward ownership companies, Carl-Zeiss AG and Schott AG. He's the head of the supervisory board of the companies Carl-Zeiss AG and Schott AG, and also chairman of the board of trustees of the Carl-Zeiss Foundation. But also in the past, during his last position, he was working at Bosch, so he knows about the model quite well. Then I'd like to ask Professor Dr. Renate Köcher to come to the podium.
Renate
Köcher is an expert in this field from a practical experience at the Institute for Demoscopy Allensbach with a foundation structure in steward ownership, as well as at the Bosch Foundation.
Entschuldigung, nicht Vorsitzende.
She's not the head, but she is a member of the supervisory board of the Robert Bosch GmbH. And 2 years ago, she conducted a very interesting scientific study on steward-ownership that we will hear more about in a moment. And last but not least, I would like to ask Achim Hensen to the podium. He's a co-founder of one of our host organizations, Purpose. And Achim has been dealing with this subject for 9 years. You can tell us more about that. He speaks around the world about steward ownership. He provides advice to companies. He also funds steward ownership models. So he's an expert on all levels, basically. So thank you very much that you are all here with us today. And Dr. Bolle, maybe we can start with you also with regard to our journey. So Zeiss has already been mentioned as one of the founding fathers of this idea. So how did Ernst Abbe in 1889 founded the foundation? Well, I'm quite happy that you have mentioned Ernst Abbe, because this foundation is called Carl-Zeiss Foundation, but if you're honest, the mastermind behind this foundation was Ernst Abbe. And of course, you have to look at the broader picture. So Ernst Abbe has been a physicist, a scientist by profession. And at that time, together with Carl Zeiss, they worked together. Carl Zeiss had already built his business on microscopy. He developed high-quality microscopes and optical appliances. And this was a very difficult business at the time. And there was also a specific term for it, which was called Pröbeln. So this means that they have taken care of lenses, they have assembled the product, and they had to find the new position time and again. And this was very staff-intensive, and this was what drove Abbe and motivated Abbe. And he has come up with an idea how this could be described. So he created the scientific access on this Pröbeling, which is the German term for it. And the second thing that he did is that, or what he recognizes, that it's not sufficient just to look at the system, optical appliances. You also have to look at the material, the glass. And this brings the second business into play, which is Otto Schott, glass manufacturing. And he brought the two things together and created a very successful company. This was basically the technological aspect of the whole story. But Ernst Abbe was, at the same time, and this is what it makes so interesting, he was a social entrepreneur at the same time. So he had groundbreaking new ideas in 1889 that he implemented at the time, and only decades later society noticed that, really. And he asked himself, what do I have to do so that the ideas that worked well could be perpetuated, that they could be sustainable and work in the long run. And this is why he developed the foundational statutes. In the first version of 1889, this was already there, but in 1896 it was finally drafted as the statutes of the foundation, and this was a great document. And for his work, and you have just to remember, as Abbe was a physicist, he got an honorary doctorate at the University of Jena, so he also was scientifically recognized for this work. And these statutes have been living on since then. And this was actually a groundbreaking thing when it comes to the ideas that are incorporated here, but it needs to be translated into a new language. And then there's the year 2004, which was the large foundational reform, where people thought about how can we revitalize or transfer the ideas and this approach of Ernst Abi to today's times. And at the time, the Zeiss and Schott foundations were turned into 100% stock corporations. And stock corporations are based on the Corporate Governance Codex in Germany. And the shares of these stock corporations belong to the Carl-Zeiss Foundation by 100%, and the foundational statutes say that they must never be sold. So this creates stability, and Ernst Abbe already said at the time, as a very important part of the statutes, the companies should always be at the intersection between science, technology, and industry. And the scientific environment is a very important environment for the success of the company. And he said that due to that, the company needs to give something back to society, so steward ownership. So how do we do it best? By giving the dividends of the company to the foundation, and the foundation has one single purpose, which is advancing science, technology. One could talk of a flywheel. This means that the companies generate a surplus, a dividend is paid out to the foundation, and the foundation with us finances independent research and science. And this, of course, allows you to develop the environment in which you work. And this is the idea behind it, which Ernst Abbe had at the time, and it has been transferred to the present times. It's extremely successful. So the Carl-Zeiss AG was at 8.7 billion euros of revenue. The Schott AG had 2.7 billion euros revenue. And when it comes to the dividends, the money that is being transferred to science is amounting to 130 million euros. So we are one of the biggest scientific supporters in Germany, or foundational supporters in Germany. Great, thank you. So the microphone needs to be adjusted a little bit.
Wort für Wort. And
I mean, you have known the model from a previous position at Bosch, and there the technology focus has been very present. Did you experience it at Bosch in the same way? Well, when you compare the Bosch Foundation with the Carl-Zeiss Foundation, then there are two things that are quite striking that you can find in both foundations. One is a value orientation. So the company values that are laid out in the statutes of the company, and the companies are working based on these values. This is also part of my job in the Board of Trustees, to make sure that in the stock corporation, the spirit of these values lives on, so it's a strong value orientation. And the second thing, which is also very important, is a technology orientation. And also an awareness that certain developments need their time. Steuernagel talked about the quarterly figures, and also President Steinmeier. And so certain developments take time, and you need some stamina for it. And this is what you can find at Bosch, but you can also find it at the Carl-Zeiss AG. I'd just like to give you an example. One of the most successful products that Zeiss has is the EUV lithography, maybe also known through the company ASML, which is very important in order to produce high-performance processors nowadays. And the respective optics is being produced by the company Zeiss, and it's the only company in the world that can create these optics. And the development of these technologies, of these optics, has taken 25 years and many billions of development funds. And this is something that such a foundation can actually achieve. However, this was not to be taken for granted. There were also times where people asked, well, are you really on the right track? I mean, we have been working on it for 10 years and no product in sight yet, but they stick to it and continued, and of course the success now is standing for itself. So thank you very much. This is quite interesting, very interesting aspects. This long-term focus and also the value orientation is something that you also wanted to realize with the Institute Allensbach. So maybe you can also talk to us about your experiences with large-scale companies like Bosch, but also the Allensbach Institute. Mr. Bolle, you've already talked about the specific values at Bosch, and I have to say that the guiding principle of Bosch is really a great idea. Robert Bosch laid out the guiding principle that it's better to lose money than trust for his company. So this is absolutely impressive, and the company is still based on that. I was quite interested when I saw a new development center of Bosch in a different country, and at the entrance I could read exactly this principle. It's better to lose money than trust, of course, in the local language. So the foundational model of Bosch is something that I've experienced from different angles. First, I was part of the board of trustees at Bosch, so of the owner, the material owner of the company, and then I switched to the supervisory board and also to the circle of partners at Bosch, and I think, I mean, I've experienced it always in a positive way, that we have this long-term orientation, that we do not have to focus on the capital market trends, because there are trends, and it's, well, I think it's not good to just look at the short-term profit generations, and family-run businesses can do that, but also foundation-based companies can do this, and I think this is really great when it comes to Bosch. Before I gained this experience with Bosch, we have developed our model of steward-ownership by the transition from a company in private possession, the Institute for Democracy, so a quarter a decade ago already, to a GmbH, but in the hands of a non-profit foundation. And we were inspired by Bosch. However, Bosch, of course, is a huge corporation. However, this model is not depending on a certain size, interestingly. So this is why we took a closer look at Bosch, and Bosch really helped us and provided advice to us when it came to our foundation. And we also looked around in our environment, and the island Minor, which was in the hands of the family Bernadotte in the past, private possession, is also run based on this model. So why was this done at the Institute of Democracy? It has been in the hands of the founder for decades, and she had to face up to the future. How should the future look like? And she considered a few things where which I took a closer look at, the Max Planck Institute, etc. But I've been the managing director for many years at the time, and I was wondering whether we can achieve this proximity to science, a methodological research, and remaining independent, because we do not get any state funding or any other support. But at the same time, I admired it already at the founding of the Institute. So how can we facilitate the methods and advance the methods. And we've already heard about the responsibility of the opinion pollers to the general audience. I think we have one of the biggest social science archives in our country, and the question was, how can we maintain all of that? And it was quite clear that we cannot do this by selling the institute. And this is why we decided that we will transfer it into a foundation. So we had the development of a foundation. The foundation is the material owner of the institute, and we have a voting GmbH, voting rights GmbH. So at the beginning, 50% of the voting rights were in the hands of my predecessor and then myself, and now I have 100% of the voting rights. And this is a model that we have had for a quarter of a century already. And I have to say, if you live and work in this model for a quarter of a century, you feel like a family business. The fact that you do not own it from a material point of view doesn't matter, because you identify yourself with the company. And this is why we succeeded in maintaining the principles, even though, I mean, I think you already wanted to touch upon the aspect of ownership. I myself had some difficulties for several years with a strict split between material ownership and responsibility. So if I like, I can ruin the company and I will not be held responsible for it. And this is what I found a little bit strange. So this is why I changed the foundational structures and I took some power away from me in order to have a more close connection between the material ownership and the responsibility for the company.
Wow.
Well, that's very interesting to learn about your journey and the way you tackle the topic, and to do some research. What are the different models that we can use? What can we select for the Institute? How can it be further developed in the scope of history? And to do research, Achim, this is something that you've done very intensely. When you founded Purpose, you really looked into Zeiss, into Bosch, into the Danish foundational businesses that we will be looking at today in a very intense way. What was the reason and what are the principles that you discovered? Well, yes, that's what we did. And I was quite happy that the federal president said that we should stay bold and courageous and pursue innovative ideas. That's what we started doing 8 years ago. But first of all, we visited lots of businesses that are represented here today. We looked at the different principles and patterns that we identified, and then asked ourselves, how can healthy, sound, sustainable ownership be structured, and who are these cool persons that started embarking onto that path before us, already a long time before us? Who are they? What can we learn from them? And we were very happy. Well, we found lots of examples that we didn't find so inspiring, but we also found highly inspiring examples, and we looked at the repetitive patterns, and we called that the two principles of steward-ownership in order to really put them on the fore once more. This is the principle of self-determination, the idea that individuals that are close to the company and very much linked to the purpose, that they're in control, and that is nothing that can be sold, that this control cannot be forwarded within the family either, so that there's one question in the core: who are the most capable persons to take over management and control of that business? So succession is not only family-like, but it could be any type of succession. And the second principle is the one of tied-up capital, asset lock, so that the assets are locked to the business, and the assets are either donated or reinvested. Profit is still very important, and it shows that it's a functioning business, but it's not a purpose in its own end, but it is a purpose-driven activity, economic activity. And when we ask people, well, what we would do here, well, we organize a value workshop, and then we've got a number of values, and we sort of glue them against the wall in the entrance hall, and we said we comply with that. But what they did with their business is they went where it became interesting, in the center of ownership of property, power and money, and they linked it up with the entrepreneurial structure. They wanted to guide everything where it belonged. It's not just a sort of commitment, it is a legally binding promise. And when we discovered that principle, then we understood that's what we had been looking for. We want to buy for that business, we want to learn from them, we want to establish those businesses, we want to be networked with them. And then we realized, well, there are not that many that we know of. And we asked ourselves, what can we contribute to making it easier, to making it more known, give it the right language, because we still discussed the different technical terms. And that was the mission, which has not been accomplished yet, but we have made some headway already on the way to accomplishing our mission. Well, definitely.
Ja, und ihr und wir
you and us, we have already helped many of the businesses that want to go along the same line. And Génica, I look towards you. You came as an employee to Ecosia, and Ecosia has taken that same path towards being a stewardship company. You are a medium-sized company. What does it mean for you? What does it mean for you as an employee? Well, thank you. Well, we have a historical line here. Achim, the work of his team has helped us to embark on that very particular path. Well, me as an employee, very brief information on me. I used to work in startups before, and it was cool works. It was innovative setup. It was real fun. And I experienced several times that at the point in time when an investor came in, there was a cultural shift that took place, and all of a sudden it was about making money as quickly as possible, and quality was suffering. And I wasn't inspired by that. I didn't want to do that. So I moved on, and I did not think about any type of property structure. I looked for a company with values, where the values are important, and I came to Ecosia, power generation of our planet, fantastic values, and it felt very much like what I wanted to do. So I started working for Ecosia 5 years ago. At that point in time, there were already discussions within Ecosia regarding the ownership structure, and I met someone looking into that topic for the first time, Christian, who founded Ecosia many years ago. He's still the owner and managing director. Asked himself, well, what happens if, as a search engine, we will be receiving a super lucrative offer, which might lead into a situation that we are sort of growing further, but or we could also be split up. There's a lot of money on the table. Well, who would then accept that, or who protects Ecosia against someone who is a successor maybe after Christian, someone who might accept that offer to take a lot of money, and then the company changes. We asked ourselves what we could do, and then we read a very interesting article that dealt with Purpose Foundation and Schott of Waschbär and Zeiss and all the history of steward ownership behind it, and it was fitting so nicely into what Ecosia was looking for as a solution for their own succession. And then we went together with Purpose Foundation. Instead of having this trust foundation model, we wanted to have a sort of slim, lean model. And for me, as an employee, it meant, well, this is fantastic. What I've experienced so far cannot happen anymore. I know exactly for what I work and not for whom. And I know that this what will not change. So what steward ownership for me is, I think for me, it's first and foremost a promise that is given to me as an employee, that we give our customers, in our case, the users and all relevant stakeholders, but not the shareholders. It's a promise given to us. Well, in order to respond very briefly, whenever I give a talk about steward ownership, I sometimes sit here and say, well, people may think, isn't that the most boring idea or concept of the world? What is so particular in it that 450 people want to think about it? And it's exactly what you've just mentioned. The consequence, the impact when you really implement it, that we talk about a new type of allocation of power in companies. And that is something that could affect lots of businesses in society. society. And the discourse, not about those that give the highest amount of money, they will have power, or those that are born into the right family. That should not be an automatism. It should be the question, who is the most capable person, the most capable individual. That is important, and there's a lot of potential for a society in that. And the discourse about it, that is something that should not underestimate it. That is something that really may change things. Yeah, I've got a question here, because a little bit of background information. Before I was involved in the Carl-Zeiss-Stiftung, I was involved in the Bosch Foundation, and then I had a full life cycle of a startup, which I was involved in as well. And by doing that, I realized what the importance, the significance of values are, and that's why I went to Bosch. For me, the exciting question is, once I am a startup, and I established the startup as you want to do it, the exciting question is, how do you scale it? Startup needs funding. There are two options: organically, that's tedious, that's difficult, it goes about slowly. And what would you do in your business approach? How do you achieve scaling? And how do you make sure to get the necessary funding, the capital, the equity in the company? Well, there are different possibilities. Achim can give an even better answer, but from Ecosia perspective, I can say, well, we are in a fortunate situation. We don't look for new capital. We have been in existence for a long time, and we've been able to grow from within. And nevertheless, there is the possibility to get investments, but they are kept. So it's a different model. So it's calculated differently, how risk is rewarded for. So the problem is, of course, there are not that many of these types of investors, so we need the cultural shift, the shift of paradigm that we are perceiving here. We need them in various areas of industry and economy, and the investors are included. But Achim, you can immediately step in and talk about that in more detail. Well, that's a very, very important and relevant question. When we started, we identified three main problems that we need to solve, because we want to have more business that are held as steward-owned companies. So to make it simple, the legal form helps a lot, and the third is you need to have access to capital so that these businesses can be established and can grow. And of course, there is a certain way where you need to take a good look at the quality of capital and rethink it. So let me take three axes to explain that further, versus regular equity investment or investment into startups, in order to compare it. This afternoon there is going to be a workshop on that. One is the question regarding governance. So you sort of separate the voting rights from profit rights, and many investors want that. They keep saying that they want to have the right people in the driver's seat, and we do that in a legally binding way, so they keep the voting rights. The second point is, of course, they should receive some profit as well. And you can do that. You can also say, well, we agree, what is a fair risk profile, at what point it's enough, and then the last question, and it may be 3x over 5 years or 2x over 7 years, so you agree upon that. You clearly look at the risk profile of the company. It could even be more, but then the interesting question is, where does that money come from? In a regular startup case, it comes from the exit strategy, for example. In steward-owned companies, the discourse is different. So when we look at the business, one is it a potence or a healthiness that is very sound? When can we buy the shareholder out or pay the money back? And no matter what type of structure we use, that's just a technical question, but the relationship as an investor with the business changes. I'm the owner, I take over all the rights, and it's a sort of partnership with the investor that we enter into that enables that. And it should be even more. We had a great meeting yesterday. There were 50 angel investors that want to invest into this type of company, because they understand that it's important to talk about the what, impact, and you measure it, but at least as important it is to ask yourself how you talk about that. There are potential investors, but there should be even more of that. We just have a single lane motorway. We want to have a large highway of these investors. But one additional point that I would like to add, Albert Wenger, one of our colleagues, has said it very nicely. Venture capital, which is what you keep thinking of, it's like a hammer, a very successful hammer, but not every business is a nail, and therefore we need to think about more diversity, the different ways how we can finance our businesses and invest into them. Well, excellent. A good metaphor.
In der ganzen Beschäftigung rund Eigentum steckt ja die Frage von
all of this entails the question who has got power, for what reason, and where does the money go. We just discussed funding or money a little bit, but we should talk a bit more about power. Who are the most capable individuals? How do we select them? What motivates them if they cannot take along the entire value of the company? Maybe, Mrs. Köcher, you would like to respond to that. What is the situation like in your Institute for Demoscopy? Well, we've got a long history. Bosch is a huge business, has a long history in this field, and as a result, the potential in terms of individuals that continue the business is much larger, and that's something that you need to look into. Small businesses are facing a different situation. And the solution is selected often by family-owned companies, because within the family there is no successor. And then they turn to that sort of structure. And we've seen in family-run businesses that 1 out of 7 can imagine to develop into that sort of structure, is open-minded enough to go into that structure. And the large share said, well, at least I would take a closer look at that sort of stewardship structure. But the problem to have a qualified succession, a successor who goes into the business with heart, mind and guts, and invests into that, and is not interested in the material profit that much. That's not so easy to find. The resource is a bit scarce, let's put it that way. So I am also in the process of thinking about how to pass on my voting rights, but it is something where you need to start early on. When you look at your HR policy within the business, you need to understand where the potential succession might be when you take HR decisions, because the problem of family owners that have no successor within the family, that is something that you also find in companies according to stewardship structure. I think there are many in this room that are keen on assuming responsibility, but in our society as a whole in these difficult times, we observe in our studies, we observe rather that this willingness to take responsibility is declining, and many say, well, I do not want to take responsibility for a larger number of employees, for example, and that's a topic where we also need to work. And that's a question how we raise our kids or young people, whether they are encouraged to take over responsibility or whether they are rather oriented towards the principle of a safe, secure way of life. Well, let me touch upon the power relations here once more, because that was part of your question. We have found the following solution, and that's a structure that is established also in the original statutes of Ernst Abbe. We have 3, let's say, bodies. There's one body which is called the administration of the foundation. Their task is to take the dividends that are generated by the businesses and invest them into research and promotion programs. So it's promotion exclusively. Then we've got the businesses. They should work independently as shareholding companies. And that transmission link between the Constitution, what does Carl-Zeiss Foundation stand for, and what the businesses do. That's the Foundation Council that is in charge. They need to make sure that the business work accordingly and that the basic mission and vision are implemented. And in order to make that successful, we said at the same time there is the chairman of the council, who is also the supervisory board chairman when it comes to the shareholding corporations. So that was an extremely clever concept in order to have a good balance of power. And as you've just heard, there is no family behind this corporation. There's no family behind that. Hans managed that all of the different family members, Schott, Zeiss, etc., whatever they're called, they have been receiving payments, and all of the shares have been transferred into the foundation. Therefore, the structure is very lean, very clear, transparent, and simple as well. You can take a look at the bylaws or the statutes. You find it on the website of the Carl-Zeiss Foundation. It's a bit more than 20 pages, very clear, very simple, and completely convincing in my personal view.
Dann darf ich jetzt tatsächlich
now I would like to ask you in the audience whether you would like to raise questions. So that would be the moment where you can ask individual questions to my panelists here. We need a microphone in the room, so there's a microphone over there.
Also, ich finde das sehr toll, was hier stattfindet.
This is great what you do here, and the focus on innovative activities is great, and foundational solution is great. But we work in the field of the trade. We're a small company in the trade business, and in the years to come and the decades to come, we see that hundreds and thousands of succession problems arise, and the level that you discuss here does not provide any solution to these small and medium-sized companies. These are businesses with, let's say, 20 people, 20 employees. We need simple solutions for these small-sized businesses, because these owners of trade companies that have worked hard and they have ensured their retirement, but they want a simple solution, a young person who takes over. It's not so simple to find young people that want to assume responsibility for a business, as you have just said. So anything that sounds like a foundation, all of the bodies, they don't want to have anything to do with that. They want to have a carpenter workshop, or they want to be a plumber or whatever in the gas business. They don't want to deal with all the different points that you raise here. And I want to hear a solution for them from you up there.
Also ist das jetzt vor allen Dingen ein Statement, dass wir möglichst schnell eine Rechtsform kriegen, damit es einfach umsetzbar ist, dass man nicht so viele Gedanken machen muss, oder?
I think we have to find another legal form for you. Well, I will make an attempt here as well.
When we
think of foundations and foundations that give something back to society like we do, I mean, we said that we support science and academia, so this basically means that we also support training. I mean, these are not necessarily the skilled workers that you are looking for in the craft sector, but these are the skilled workers that we need in a high-technology country like Germany. And through these financial means, I mean, we are talking of a period of decades, they will eventually be given back to the companies. So I think that this basic idea that the companies give something back to society, be it education, the support of higher education, research, science, etc., is also a path to solve your problem in the medium to long term. Well, I think, I mean, I'm very inspired by all these examples, and I think that we should really look into the foundation structure. But of course, this might not be necessarily the solution for everyone. For example, from the outside, I do not look at the foundation and look at the bylaws, etc., in order to learn about the structures. Similar to GmbH, I want to just know that they're constitutive elements, and I want to have a similar thing with steward ownership. And I think the structural disadvantage of this company idea, business idea, needs to be dealt with. And so it's good if we find ways to deal with that. So the structural disadvantage, there's much longer path, and higher costs can only be solved by the state, by giving us the same opportunities as other entrepreneurs have as well. Well, and this is what we will also talk about this afternoon in more detail. I mean, we have or need a diversity of business models. We have different, very diverse businesses with different business models, etc. But this also means that we need diverse structures in which we can realize steward ownership. So the foundational models might be quite fitting for large-scale companies, and hopefully we'll one day get to a business model which is also feasible for startups and small-scale companies. Well, I've got the microphone here. It's quite fitting. I'm up here. I do not have a question. I just wanted to say to the gentleman who has just asked the question about small-scale companies. We have a company of only 10 employees. We have switched to steward ownership. We would have liked to have an own legal form at the time, but we did it nevertheless with the veto share model or golden share model. So if you really want to do this, it is feasible, and you can also do it with just 10 employees. You wanted to reply to it? I can take away your fears. As a foundation, you do not always have to look at foundational issues. What was complicated, though, was the foundation, the starting point of the foundation. But we are about to simplify it. I have to deal with the foundation 2 times a year, and of course, I never wanted to work in a company where I have to look into nitty-gritty details of regulations and always have to look into that. So I went into this business. I started in this profession because I wanted to know how people think, the way they think. So I want to conduct research as your craftsmen want to work with their hands, for example, and you can easily do that in this model, in this business construct. I have difficulty seeing people, but the person who's just started to speak can just continue. Hi, my name is Nancy. I'm a co-founder of the Octopole GmbH. We are a young crafts workshop, and I can fully understand what the gentleman has just said, but I want to encourage you because when it comes to the question of training places, traineeships, or people coming back to the craft sector, then we see that it's quite attractive that we are in steward ownership, and that especially young people say, well, I did not want to continue in this profession, but I found you, and now I feel another push. I am happy to continue in this sector. So these are 2 aspects that should be taken into account. Is the microphone on? Okay. So the question for small and medium-sized businesses is quite relevant. This is also a question that I look into. How can we realize it, especially also when it comes to startups? And I mean, we talked about risk capital, etc. But how do banks see it? Do they fund it? Is this in line with what banks need to look out for? And also when it comes to advice, I mean, we have to raise awareness that such a construct is possible. And I think there is a lot that needs to be done here. Well, we can say that there are some banks, some of them might be present here in this room, who do not also support this idea, but they find it very attractive because there is a value alignment, like the GLS Bank, for example. They do happily support this kind of constructs, and we also talk to other banks who are more focused on sustainable company constructs and ideas. And when it comes to the succession issue, I fully agree. We do need much more advice for people that brings the information to the people. So I think we still have room for 2 questions.
Sehr gut.
Genau. Hi, Sabrina from
Hi, my name is Sabrina from Social Entrepreneurship Network, and as you might know, we want the steward ownership get a different position in general, because startups and non-profit companies at the beginning usually lack the funding, and they do not have the possibility, like Ecosia, to do it on their own. So when it comes to impact investment to the panelists, so if you could choose one lever that you would like to change and turn, which really changes something in order to get more impact, more investors, more capital into that direction, so what would be that lever from your point of view? Well, just one lever, okay. So the topic is way too complicated to just talk about one lever. I mean, there are several. The knowledge needs to be brought to those who are the wealth holders, who take the final decisions to invest their money in funds, and they, first of all, need to know that this is a possibility that exists, because they take the decision at the end of the day. A fund manager who has a fully structured fund does not have the opportunities. It's about new funds where we see more possibilities, and also funds that have state money or tax money. This might be a different approach and help us. So the whole sector needs a discourse, a more intensified discourse. We need to educate people, we need inspiring examples for it, and the appropriate possibilities to do it from a regulatory point of view. Well, I just want to add to this. I think the biggest lever that we have is this legal form, because most investors out there simply do not know what steward ownership means or fiduciary ownership. And we need this debate. We do have this debate now in this closed room, but we have to spread this out into society. And this is quite revolutionary, what we want to do here. And if we manage to do this, then the society will change and knowledge transfer debates will change, and then this lever can be lifted a little bit. So maybe just one further remark. So this topic of alternative funding is not only connected to steward ownership, because out there's a huge dialogue on how can we fund alternative business models. It's not only going to the direction of steward ownership, but people say that I want to restructure my capital investment. If you look at OpenAI or whatever, I mean, they say, okay, we are using alternative structures. It's similar to steward ownership structures, but there the topic is much more widely spread than in the steward ownership bubble, because more and more entrepreneurs are demanding it and also want it investigated. Well, you're already standing, so this will be the last question. Axel Schmidt from the GLS Bank. We belong to our members, so we have a similar model. This means that we, of course, have focused intensively on these models, and there's not only one of these models, but different, and also when it comes to the funding, which is subject to strict regulation.
So we also have a crowdfunding platform partner. We will collect several millions for a company which will do the switch from the conventional business model to shared ownership soon, which is Haferkarte. One of the other might know it from the food sector, restaurant sector. But a question to Ms. Köcher. You earlier pointed out that you had to adapt the model to a certain extent because you might have been in a position where you could have exploited your power, and then you stopped elaborating on that. Maybe you can explain it further. Well, I did not have to do it, but I felt the need because I found it strange that I had the absolute power as just one person. I had more power than a managing director in a family-run business or in a stock corporation, for example. And the second thing that I did not like that much is that when the owner, the foundation, has that little to do with the Institute, how can I still make sure that we have this close connection to the Institute, that the foundation is interested in it and also dealing with the problems in the Institute? This is why I started this dialogue with the foundational board, and I said, I am prepared to reduce my power and give you a bigger say when it comes to large-scale investments and decisions on the management of the Institute, when it comes to the question of who I should pass my voting shares on to, and I've also introduced certain obligations with regard to information, with regard to informing, so that both owners, the responsibility owner and the material owner, have a closer connection. And this is something that we have to face up to. Well, in many companies we see that when this issue has been solved, we see that the voting rights stay on one side, but we need a lot of innovation and we need to be very creative in order to have this accompanying structure. Definitely. So, obviously, we could continue this panel for a long time, but we've reached the end of the first panel now, and I would like to thank all of you. I think it was quite an interesting panel discussion. Thank you. Well, the panel discussion that we've just had is something that we would like to pass on to you. So please just turn around to your next neighbor or the row behind you, should you know the neighbor sitting next to you. Talk about what does steward ownership mean from your point of view? What do you connect to? What are your perspectives? What are your questions? So, thank you.
hier bin ich schon wieder.
And here I am back again.
Und hier bin ich schon wieder.
Here I am back again in front of you. So please hold on for a sec. We can dim the light once more. We still have the whole day, and you can continue your discussions throughout the day. And we are shortly before our lunch break. May I ask for your attention just for a few minutes?
Genau, sehr gut.
Thank you.
Wir stehen ganz kurz vor der
So we're shortly before our lunch break, but I'm very happy to
unseres Konferenzpartners, dem Radialsystem, zu geben, damit wir auch alle,
the founder of our conference partner, the founder of Radialsystem, so that you all understand what type of venue this is, what is Radialsystem, what's behind it, why do they support this idea that we have focused on throughout the morning and will continue to focus on throughout the day.
Herzlich willkommen im Radialsystem.
Welcome to Radialsystem. It's very rare to welcome
hier im Haus und selten macht eine Veranstaltung inhaltlich
an event that makes that much sense here, and I would like to welcome you really on behalf of the entire team. It means a lot to us that you're here today, because we look back onto an interesting founding story. Another circle comes to a full here. Our federal president, who was just here, was the first guest here 17 years ago. He opened a conference on international cultural politics here, and it is ever so important that you are here today. Why is that? Because we've seen changes regarding space here. The photograph that you've just seen is from Guido and Eneas, a production that Volker Trude and myself, the second co-founder of Radialsystem, launched, and as a result, this venue was created. So the encounter of two artists, dance and music, led to the foundation of this venue. The search for kairos, the happy moment, this is what moves us all here, what keeps us busy. And when we take a look at here Nanne Meyer, the iconography's times and changes over time, that fits our discussion so nicely. This is an image that shows the wall, which is overcome in a creative way, and then the wall came down. Dreams can cross boundaries and walls, and that's what I felt in 1990. Quickly back into the past, after the fall of the wall, I had this kairos motivation to take the Tacheles, found this House of Arts, Tacheles, Never War Again, and the MIG here make more sense than ever these days. In the meantime, this building has a different ownership than the one we imagined and dreamt of at the time. That's what I looked when I was 22 years old, and now the Radialsystem comes into play. On the 9th of September 2006, we opened the building, and we wanted to literally fly over the River Spree, and that concept of Einstein, I think, is very important. We opened the venue on that very day. Now we're still here, 17 years later. It was a pump facility, a historic building, a revolutionary sewer system built by Mr. Ruprecht, and this building number 5 brings sewage onto the fields, and now it spreads great ideas, including the one we're discussing today. We had an empty space at the beginning here. Jochen, Sandig, Volker Ude, my colleague, and myself, we founded Radialsystem, and here Janina Paul, Reinhard Witzisler, Thomas Herde, the former technical director. A lot of space for many concepts and ideas. We did a lot of planning. We developed ideas, dance as the point of departure. Before I came on stage, well, I didn't want to interrupt you, actually, because you had entered into a great dialogue, and the principle of dialogue is continued here at very different levels. Concerts while lying on stage, to keep everything in a good balance. That's what we heard today. Between responsibility and property, we need to keep a good balance, a balance of power. This is a great synonym. And in the room where you will have lunch in a moment, you see here Sasha Walls and guests. They invite us to enter into an additional excursion. Let me just go through the different events events that have taken place here, to radiate into different directions. This has come to 17 years later. We see that lots of productions were created here. At the beginning, it was the motto that music is dancing here. Dancers, musicians, together on stage. All the images that I show you here, all the photographs that I have brought along are productions that have been performed here in Radialsystem, in this very room. The separation between the musician, the dancer, this is completely eliminated here. This is what the choreographer Sasha Wall stands for. She's one of the co-founders of this venue, of this building. The opening up of new rooms and spaces here in this room also led to a situation where from Radialsystem out into the world, new museums of Chipperfield were created and opened in 2019, or Zaha Hadid Maxi in Rome. They had their rehearsal periods here. The implementation then took place in the different at the different sites. This is what you recognize when you're from Hamburg. The opening of the Elbphilharmonie in Hamburg was developed here, made in Radialsystem, and then the idea, the concept was taken to different sites. The most antique site, and probably we can't go back further into the past, was Delphi with Musica Eterna, a project that then led to the transfer to different sites. Well, some of the images here from the current Beethoven performance that we have in our repertoire here at Radialsystem. So incredible universes, worlds and universes open up when you have the possibility to work at a site like this, where the space is changing, the room is changing, and it opens up space for transformation. I already talked about that while going through the different photographs here, what the particular feature of Radialsystem is, why it stands as a pioneering model, why it makes so much sense that you have your conference here. Radialsystem, the two founders, Volker Ude and myself, at the time founded a GmbH. We then created or established a non-for-profit foundation because we wanted to find founders, people that supported us, that were not interested in profit. But we were not the owner of the building. We had to pay a very high lease for many years. And as a result, based on political responsibility in an exchange and cooperation with the state of Berlin, at the end of the day, and this is really a reason to celebrate, we managed to own the Radialsystem. It's the state of Berlin, it is the community, it is all of us that own this building. And as founders, as partners, we then decided that we give our share, transfer it to the foundation, so that the operator, the GmbH, is also turned into a Steward-Ownership. And it's very important to me, before I send you to have lunch and before we continue with our conference, that we should never ever forget to celebrate life. Life is a party, a feast. It is something that you need to celebrate. Of course, we all dance together. We do not only look at dances. We dance together in this space, in this room here, community dancing, but we also have to sacrifice things. One of the sacrifices, for example, is when it comes to steward-ownership. Of course, you give up power. This is like in Sacre, in this piece here. And it's also about integrating all generations, taking everybody along, including children. This is also part of our mission as a cultural event. We have been a venue for arts and conferences right from the beginning. An event like this one is not something that is alien to us. It is part of our purpose. It's part of our founding history. It is exactly what it's all about here with regard to our mission. It is a place of encounters, to listen, a topic that was practiced a lot here in cooperation with discussions, with talks, with art, the artistic processes that can take action immediately, interculturally. And this house of action, I hope that once we leave this building tonight, that we have not only talked, but that we have interacted, and that we take forward ideas. The pandemic has changed a lot, as we all know, also with regard to us and our artistic activities. A few more images. We went out, we had events at the water site and out there at the Radialsystem. The artistic operation had suffered a lot, but new concepts were born. For example, Terry Wiley here, what can be rehearsed by dancers worldwide, even in Kharkiv during the war, where we don't go, but dance is transmitted digitally. And now a bit more serious towards the end, because from my perspective, when we talk about life, we often avoid a taboo topic, which is death. And it is death that makes our life so valuable, so precious. And I think many of us who say, well, we want to deal with our property responsibly, they do it being aware of the fact that we die. Because what is then missing is not ownership, but the responsibility for what we own. And that is an important mission here, a thing that I take to my heart when we look at this requiem, where we empty the space. At the end, it's the children that invite us to sit on the floor. This is the driving force behind what we do when we work artistically here, to create awareness for community, awareness that we all are one big family, that we are human beings that live, that have common ancestors, that jointly work on a development, a human development. These processes are actually the inner driving force that we keep forgetting. And that's why I'm so happy that you're here today. Maybe we can just show the beginning of Human Requiem. Please dim the light completely. It takes just 1 minute. And I would like to ask you to imagine you are in this room. It takes place in this room. You are a group of singers. Singers are in here, and it's very quiet in here.
Ja, vielen Dank, lieber Jochen.
Thank you very much, dear Jochen.
Was eine wunderschöne Stimmung, die du uns jetzt auch nochmal geschenkt hast.
It's a very, very nice atmosphere that you've created with your contribution, with your video. We could watch it for much longer, but maybe we can do that during lunch break. But it would be even better to see you here during one of our performances next year. There will be opportunities. What is important today is the dialogue. We should not lose any time. We should interact, we should talk, we should get into a dialogue. And thank you for taking over and stepping in with regard to the moderation. It shows, well, it's your topic. You are really in the midst of it. You've organized it, and if you then moderate an event like this one today, that's great. And Achim, what you said earlier, we need to be more and radiate into the world. That's what Radial is about. It's what Radial wants. We really want to disseminate these concepts, these interesting ideas that we discuss here today. They need to be taken out into the world. Well, now I announce our lunch break. A little bit of housekeeping first, and then I would like to invite you to go to the room next door. There is going to be a buffet, so help yourself. As of 1:30 in that room next door, there's the possibility to take part in expert discussions around round tables. Götz Al-Natura, who is going to give a dinner speech tonight, is one of the persons. Then different stewards from steward-owned companies. You find all the information on the tables, around different tables. Just decide if you feel like talking with them or if you continue the dialogue with whomever you meet. Well, then we continue with our workshops, 3 parallel sessions. Power, money, and legal forms. The workshop regarding the shaping of voting rights takes place here. Investment workshop on the 6th floor in a room called Studio C, and the workshop on the legal form is in Studio 2 on the 2nd floor. We've got some fire protection rules. Only 200 persons are allowed to leave beyond the 2nd floor. On the 2nd and 6th floor, we have a total of 200 persons only. So first come, first serve. Please make sure that you take your time. It takes a while to go there. And here in this central room, there's, of course, space and place for everybody. So we meet again at 3:30, 15:30 in the afternoon with our workshop sessions.
Herzlich willkommen zurück aus der
Welcome back after the lunch break. It's great that you are all here with us. I hope that you enjoyed the lunch, and I hope that we will be able to have a nice time here. I hope you're right here, because we will talk about the distribution of voting rights in succession and in the founding phase, and we have five great entrepreneurs who will talk about their personal experience. So first, the obvious thing, I'm not Lena Maracher. She is sick, and this is why I step in, so I hope you get well soon. Should you listen, my name is Jakob on Purpose. I work at the Purpose Foundation, and I'm also a board member of Purpose Ventures. We invest in startups that are in steward-ownership, and we also accompany and advise companies who have decided that this is the right legal form for them. So please forgive me if one or the other thing is not perfect, because I only learned about my moderating part here last night. So for me it's quite nice to be here, because especially when it comes to accompanying companies, I'm faced with a topic: what is happening exactly when steward ownership is being realized, is implemented, because there are these two nice principles, but if you've decided in favor of it, there are more questions that you have to answer. So all the companies that are being represented here are companies in steward ownership or fiduciary companies, and they have decided for themselves that the control over the company, which is largely exerted by voting rights, cannot be bought and it cannot be inherited, but that it should be passed on generation after generation to stewards. This is the easy answer. The difficult answer, or the difficult thing, is that everyone has to find his or her own form of structuring the voting rights. And we will very beautifully see that under the umbrella of the two principles, there's a huge diversity of possibilities to structure a company in different ways. And this is what we are going to show in the next 15 minutes. We will first of all have one or two rounds of questions and answers on the stage, so that we can pave the way for you, and then we will have as many questions from the audience as possible. Well, I would like to start right away with the pioneers and entrepreneurs that are represented here. And Sabine, I would like to give the floor first to you. Sabine Kauffmann is a co-founder of the Verlag, also widely known through the Schrot und Korn publication. She has co-founded the company. It has approximately 80 members of staff, and it has quite a special structure. It's very
nice that you're here, Sabine, and that you can give us some insights into the basic structure of your company. Well, welcome. We have founded our company in 1980. It was the oil crisis at the time, and this is why our approach was that we wanted to facilitate ecological behavior in everyday life, and this is what we did with our media. But we founded our company while we were still at university, and we said that we want to work in a different company. This is what we started with. We were 5 founders at the beginning, then we had some staff later on, and we tried out different models. So it was our approach to say that we do not consider the company as our own, that we own it, even though this was the case at the time, but we considered, or we said that our company has its own rights and should also allow the staff to develop. This was all in an informal way, of course, because formally we were the ones who owned the GmbH. So we had new work before the term even existed, and one employee said it at the time, wow, a company, 42-year-old company with a startup atmosphere, this is quite impressive. Well, our decision-taking structure is based on the principle 3. We have the management, team lead, the meetings, and also meetings of all employees. We have these 3 organs. They take decisions together, and for us it makes quite sense that we have a consensus principle, usually. But there's also the possibility for majority decisions, if needed. And when we switched towards the new form, this is something that we took along with this 3-pronged parity of the curatorium of the foundation. So now to the formal parts, we were formed as a GmbH at the time. The founders transferred their shares to a foundation. The special thing is that 97% ownership is held by one non-profit foundation with only 25% of the voting rights. The other has only 3% of the shares, but is dominating when it comes to the overall assembly. And there are only employees that are represented there, and also the management. So these 3 legal forms were complemented by a GmbH and Co. KG, so that the capital of the employees can be invested in a good way. So basically we work with 5 companies in order to have this one company in the form of a steward-ownership company. So you can hear it's more complicated than you might think. Well, this is quite a good example how complicated it might be when you embark on these alternative tracks. Just one additional remark. So we say we have a publishing house in the hands of the employees because, I mean, we did not pass it on to the employees because we did not, but it is in the hands of the employees because they can shape the doings of the publishing house. I can well imagine that there are questions right away, but please take them down and we will answer them afterwards. So the next one is Thomas Bruch. He's a steward owner of Globus, and the Globus market might be widely known to many people here. I didn't know that the company was founded in 1880. Is this correct? Yes. So we're talking about a company which has been on the market for 195 years and approximately 150 employees. So what's your take
take on the voting share distribution? Well, when it comes to steward ownership, a company which is as old as ours, the idea or part of the core idea, of course, is steward ownership. It needs to be in the DNA of the company, and this is what happened with us as well. So it has always been the case with us that things were passed on from one generation to the next. And my uncle, who's no longer alive, who wrote a book about our company history, and the last sentence in his book is, it is the task of everyone in our family who's running the business to eventually pass on the business to the next generation in a better and further developed state. So this is part of the book. This was before anyone even had the idea of steward ownership.
Dann ist es bei uns dann so gegangen, also ich bin jetzt ich war 45 Jahre lang Verantwortungseigentum.
I was a steward owner for 45 years. I'm no longer the steward owner. My son took over this task 3 years ago. However, I am still involved in the business, and in our company I conduct trainings for young people who start to work in our company. I've been doing so for more than 30 years, and I continue to do that. So every employee at Global who is part of a management first has to attend a 3-day workshop with me. And I've been doing so for more than 30 years. I've been asked many times already, why am I doing it, or if I hadn't to do anything better, but I always say that I like to do this, and after 3 days I always have the impression that I did something useful. And maybe I can say a few words about that later on as well, because it's quite an interesting topic. So regarding our structure, since 2005 we have a double foundation model or a trust foundation model, and the good thing is that we have an employee participation where 10,000 employees are silent partners in Globus. And our foundation model looks like this. We have a non-profit Globus foundation which conducts projects for young people. This is the focus. Young people who have difficulty in starting their professional life. I mean, we can find it everywhere nowadays. There's a huge need, and we conduct many projects at the national and international level. And this foundation has 30% of the shares in the company, and apart from that, I have to think now, since we set up the contracts in 2005, I haven't taken a look at them. Apart from that, we have a family foundation with 25% of the shares, and the decision-taking center is located there. So the advisory body of the family foundation is actually the body which has the say in our company, and there are 2 members of the family involved. My son and I am represented there, and 3 external people. So we can there can be a majority which is not the family's majority, and we want to further develop the whole system in a cooperative way with all our employees. So this is basically the basic structure. Well, thank you very much. So please remember your questions later on. Stefan Appelhans is sitting next to me. He's the steward owner of Sorpetaler Fensterbau. You construct windows. You have approximately 80 employees, and you also have a different structure, different from the ones that have already been introduced here. This is correct. I myself am the 5th generation in our company. We have quite a long tradition as well. However, we have tried for 30 years already to find our path into steward ownership. And 3 things are quite relevant, are key from the family's perspective. The first thing is that we have this steward ownership, the steward understanding, so to speak, that we serve the company, that we work in a way we do everything for the company in the time that we are active, and we never had the impression or the feeling that it belongs to us. We wanted to work together, and this is this steward attitude. And we always said that people who have the right skills should take over, so the skills are the important thing here, and it should not be connected to the bloodline, so to speak. So why shouldn't we enhance the circle of potential successors? And thirdly, we are from the Sauerland region, which is family-run business, but we said, how can we make sure that the entrepreneur has a strong role here as well? How did we do that? This since 2017. I will leave out the other phases. Thank you. So since 2000, so it might be better. Since 2017, we have a foundation, which is a smaller foundation in which we have bound the capital. 99.9% of the capital are bound in this non-profit foundation as capital, and then we have the separation of voting rights. In our case, the active people, in this case it's me, as a managing director, have the partnership position with €1, and when it comes to the voting rights, we always have the majority. So this means that the foundation is part of the partnership assembly, but we do not have this issue of different bodies. We always said we need a strong position of the active entrepreneurs, and they should decide where the company is headed. And this is how we did it. So in this case, I always have the majority in the assembly. But when it is about the structure or the supervisory board, there's something different. They can actually make me withdraw, and the foundation needs to agree or has the right to veto. So this is how we did that. So I have the majority in the shareholders meeting. So hopefully you can still follow. Obviously, we have completely different setups, and we can adapt it to the respective company. Now I would like to talk to Neda Seyedi. She is CEO of Alfred Rexroth, a medium-sized business. Since 1960, the company has been independent. Of course, the company history dates back farther, but this is the latest structure. You have approximately 90 employees, and you have a model which is a little bit contrary when it comes to the voting rights, contrary to what Stefan has just described. And I just want to correct you, we have 110 employees, but that's okay. Yeah, well, my name is Neda Seyedi, CEO at Alfred Rexroth. However, I'm not the only one. I've got a partner here, so we have a tandem together with Matthias Wiese, who's also here. So we are not a family-run business. My name is not Neda Rexroth. Together with Matthias, I was given the responsibility to take over the management of the company. And the company Alfred Rexroth was founded in 1938 and in 1972 bought by Alfred Rexroth and continued under the name Alfred Rexroth. And already at the time, Alfred Rexroth thought about doing business in a different way. And last year we had our 50th anniversary. He also co-founded the Neuguss Foundation, and he gave all his shares to the Neuguss Foundation. This has been going on for 50 years, even though Alfred Rexroth is no longer with us. And we are now 6 businesses within this Neuguss Foundation. I try to explain it very simple as possible. There's the Neuguss Foundation, where we have 3 board members, foundation board members. Then we have the administrative, the management authority, and we have 6 companies at the lower level. We also have a Neuguss Council, which is an advisory council for the management when it comes to decisions that need to be taken or whether additional companies are being bought or not. It consists of and part of the board and also the management of the individual businesses. And Matthias and I have in the individual, or with regard to the individual companies, said that we want to have an advisory body, we call it advisory body, which reflects our actions, our doings, and also tells us whether we are still working on behalf of the company or not. I mean, we are not only managers, but we can also be entrepreneurs, so all the decisions that affect the company are being taken by us, and the foundation board is not getting involved, and so it makes a lot of fun that we can also act as entrepreneurs. But it's still correct that from a legal point of view, the ownership role is an external role, an externalized one, and you have the possibility to, or there is the possibility to withdraw you as managers. So the time is flying, so thank you very much, Neda. Now, Patrick, you have the floor. soulbottles, a company from Berlin known for the bottles that you sell, but also for the company culture. You were founded in 2010, Steward-Ownership for the past 6 years, and you have also a different model. Please explain to us how you did it.
Well, yeah, with pleasure. Well, as it was said, we are a company located here at Berlin Tempelhof, so maybe we can still be called a startup. That's not quite clear based on the definition that you take for a startup. But I can link up with a lot that was already said. We try to foster a corporate culture where we see ourselves as entrepreneurs, colleagues, family. We try to work in a way that decisions are not taken without any authority, but decisions are taken wherever they need to be taken, so the responsibility is shared within the company, and we take the veto model, and that's what we wanted to map. So we want to be a socially responsible company that produces products that are good for the planet, or we strive towards contributing to the best of the planet, and that brings up the question time and time again whenever a startup is established. How can you secure that for the employees, that they have a purpose that they want to commit to and that they want to work for, as well as the customers and everybody else, all other stakeholders that they can commit to. And with the help of the Purpose Foundation, we have established different shares, which means that we have a shareholders meeting, a general meeting. There are 3 different types of voting rights. The A vote, that every employee of the products GmbH holds. That's the entity where we work, so they can acquire shares. They need to have worked for at least 2 years within the business, and they have to take on certain training. This is non-violent communication. Non-violent communication, for example, is one of the trainings that we offer and that you need to take. So we want to be able to solve conflicts without using violence, and several other aspects that concern more the entrepreneurial aspects of our business. So they need to take part in that. And after that intensive interview with those that have already got some A shares, they can acquire A shares, and these are voting rights, but not any dividend rights. So they're not entitled to dividends, so you can't make any money with that. You just participate in the company in which you are employed, and you have some co-determination rights. When somebody leaves the GmbH, for whatever reason, you would lose your shares again, so that they remain permanently within the business. Then there are B shares that are held by the Purpose Foundation, and in the shareholders meeting, if someone wanted to change the entire system, they can use in order to bring in a veto. And then we've got angel investors shares. They're held by the angel investors. They are entitled to dividend payments, or may be entitled to dividend payments, and at the same time, based on our statutes of the business, the profit can only be reinvested into the business purpose. That was very important for us. It's a way for us, the way how we cooperate and want to cooperate, that is linked to a certain purpose. We ensure that for all stakeholders, everybody involved, and it offers another couple of other benefits, and well, 20% of the employees have these A voting rights and can so co-determine the future of the business. Well, very interesting. We had the plan to go around in circles and to talk to each of you several times, but we don't have enough time for that. So I've just got a mini question to you so that everybody understands how many people are involved in the field of voting rights. So please let us know once more. And then I would like to open the floor and ask the audience to interact with us. You've got the possibility to ask questions, and maybe I have an additional question as well, but we would then open the floor. Well, we've got two. It's the foundation and myself with voting rights. It's 4 employees that have voting rights, so they are the stewards.
Sabine, spannende Frage, ne?
Exciting question. It's the 2 foundations. Indirectly, all the employees have voting rights. Team leader, management, etc. They have voting rights. It's 5 persons, the 5 members of the advisory council of the family-held foundation, 2 from the family, 3 external members of that board. Well, I had to take a look at my colleague who gives me the number. Well, the foundation, the 3 board members of the foundation have the decisive voting rights. Well, now I open the floor. Dear audience, please get involved. There are also online audience members. If you have a question, we do that online. Please raise your hand, stand up, take a microphone, and if you want to address your question to a specific person on the panel, please let us know. Mr. Mangols, HNS. We embark onto the path of steward ownership. We are an IT consulting firm, and as you've just presented yourself and the companies, it's quite interesting for me to learn what the benefits are to either have many stewards or few stewards, because I've got some rough idea. There could be something like crowd intelligence involved, so many that have different skills and competences and supplement each other. Jakob, our consultant, is on the way to steward ownership and wants to challenge me a little bit. So I would like to know from all those of you on the panel, Ms. Kauffmann, maybe you've got many that are involved. What is it like when there are only few that have responsibility? Well, it depends on the mission of your original intention. As I said earlier, for us it was important that the employees should be involved in the business, should participate, and therefore it was important to us to take everybody on board, so all of them. And we feel that each and every one, wherever they work, have a specific know-how, specific expertise and knowledge that can contribute to the overall mission. And we are often asked, well, doesn't it take very long to take decisions? Do you still have sufficient leeway? And I said, well, it may take a bit longer in some cases, but once a decision has been taken, every employee has been on board and has committed to that. And therefore, it doesn't take longer. When it comes to implementation or execution of decisions that we've taken, we can do that immediately. So it takes longer to come to a decision. We use all the knowledge and expertise and know-how in order to get to good decision-making, but we can also take quick decisions, and that has happened already. Does it mean that everybody meets, or do you have a circulation procedure procedure, or how do you proceed? Well, originally everybody met physically, and since we've got more than 50 employees and we are a bit more diverse regarding the structure, we have shifted a lot into the business areas. But everybody is always informed. Transparency is the basis for everything. So when it comes to decision-making procedures, whatever is on the agenda, everyone can get information, and they would then also have the right to say, we want to know more about it, we want to understand why you did it this way or that way. Well, that's quite interesting. So I think it's an exciting question, actually. It depends on what the constitutional situation of the business is, how decisions are taken. In our case, it's the management structure that sort of suggests some decisions. Everybody has a clear role and a role description, and it is quite clear what you're allowed to decide and what not. For example, the guardian of values or the trust enforcer, for example, that is someone who needs to take on that responsibility. Not everybody has to do that. And I think it could be several persons. It is several persons. In our case, they ought to represent diversity. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get information on all the processes. So it's important that it's not a completely homogeneous group. So it makes it more attractive to people to really go along that road and also commit and feel responsible for steward-owned businesses. Well, we've got mixed experience. Before opting for the model that I've just described, we also had a sort of association structure where a larger number of employees was involved, family members as well as external members, and we found that then you may run into situations where the roles at different levels, different responsibilities and accountabilities, that this may also lead to difficult situations. It does not always work that smoothly, that well, and that's why we then decided to have more clarity in our structure, and we've opted for the structure that we have currently, that is currently in place. That was our experience, that in that case, this is very individual, and this is very subjective. You can only decide that in each and every case individually. So that was not a viable option, and therefore we then selected a different model. Well, I can add an additional aspect to that, probably. I'm no longer a steward. I said that earlier. It's my son who has taken over. And a few months ago, we discussed that, how he sees himself with regard to that task, that mission. And he said, Dad, well, I'm actually quite happy that it is as it is, and that as Globus, we are a company in steward ownership, because it allows me to work without having to handle shareholders' conflicts all the time, or without having to be in a dialogue with people that have different interests, that want to interfere and want to influence me. And on top of that, I don't have the topic that I have to talk to people that maybe want to buy the company, want to acquire shares and a participation in the business. I can fully concentrate on my work. I can work, I can pursue a certain objective, that our clients have perfect sales every day, that have perfect customer satisfaction. We can offer lots of opportunities also to the employees. I can really focus on the future of the business. That's very valuable, that's very precious, and therefore I'm very grateful that we have selected this structure. You're just a team of 2 or 5 members in the advisory board, but well, it's organized in a way that there is one steward only. That's Matthias. That's the one I mentioned. He has been nominated by the 5 in the 5 members of the advisory board. They do not do the work, but they nominate the chairman, if you want, the CEO of the business. And Matthias is one of the team of 5. So he's got a seat, he's got a vote in that advisory body. Well, thank you very much. Additional questions? Here in the middle of the room, we need a microphone, please.
Da kommt jemand zu dir.
Das ist scharf? Ja.
Ja.
Hallo, mein Name ist Martina Keller.
Martina Keller, Managing Director and owner, together with this gentleman next to me, of a medium-sized communication agency located in Darmstadt in Germany. I would like to know, maybe from you, Stefan Appelhans, which were the direct effects that you have identified as a direct result of steward ownership? Well, that's difficult to talk about effects. Honestly and frankly speaking, that's difficult. We have a very, very good structure. I decided 5 years ago for myself to opt for that model, to go into that model, because I think it is an excellent structure. So I personally feel that it gives me a lot of safety, certainty. The capital is in that foundation business. It is an additional freedom for me that I enjoy, and over these past 5 years it has been tested and proven. And there is one particular feature which I didn't mention. We share the foundation with another company from Wuppertal. For many years we have had an exchange with this other business, and that's a great story as well. We support each other, because with regard to the foundation, it's not just anyone who is in there, but we support each other mutually, because it is always a problem that all around we need a sort of ecosystem. We are here all together, we have an exchange, but when it comes to the nitty-gritty, it is excellent for us as well to have that exchange. And I hope that this radiates into the company when you take a closer look at the business. And while it always depends on good management, and you cannot say per se, but just because it's a steward-owned business, it is, in has a better effect as compared to a traditional family-operated company. Our basic understanding has not changed at all, I would say. And if there was an employee here at my place who would be an entrepreneur as well, I would also assume that it would work as well in the same context, and it would continue as it continues with me. So special effects, well, I can't really mention any regarding the workforce or similar. Well, it gives them a level of certainty. They see that the company is well positioned, well structured, and they enjoy the way things work out within the business, I think. Well, you can have a good legal form, but if the attitude of the senior executive or the managing director is not good, then even the best legal, structural legal form is not good and cannot trigger the effects. You cannot fill it with life. Due to the fact that we have this entrepreneurial freedom as a result of our legal structure, we see that everybody acts as if they were an entrepreneur in their different entity, in their unit, in their department, and that is filled with life with our attitude. If we don't fill that with life, you could have someone here who has an authoritarian style, even in that same legal form, then you don't trigger the same effects. But if I'm given this entrepreneurial freedom, why shouldn't I give that same entrepreneurial freedom and responsibility to my team, to my staff? Well, in the consulting context, it's a similar situation. There can be that many effects, but they've got to do with communication as well. How well do you manage to get that into the team? What does it mean for each and everyone? And the best answer is sometimes the one that, well, actually nothing changed because it was good before, but the potential inheritance or potential acquisition by someone or sales, that's not visible. But maybe that would be a good answer as well. Next question, because I see that time is ticking and nearly up.
Hello, my name is Amber Jade, and I am the founder of a social change-making ecosystem called the Luminaria. I'm curious about how to scale from this lean kind of founder-based decision-making, voting, and profitability towards something that's more for the employees and the stakeholders of the company. If any of you have suggestions about a process of how to do that.
Ihr könnt auf Deutsch antworten.
Maike, you can actually answer in German. Well, when we introduced steward ownership in the business, we used that point in time. It was about after 6 years after the business came into existence. The relationship of the founders with regard to the business had to be clarified. And for the scaling process and for the future, we had to pave the ground and prepare the sort of context, and investment had to be repaid. We had to make sure that everybody is really targeted and aligned to the mission, to the vision. Everybody knows what's going on and can co-determine the future of the business. So we have used that point in time when everything was prepared. And then it can be an excellent tool, that shift, that transformation, in order to be fit for the future and to signal that to the outside world as well, so that stakeholders and public authorities, etc., take you more seriously, because that can also be an additional effect when it comes to scaling up. Yes, very briefly. It was the succession problem that sort of triggered the process with us. One of the founders left the company, and that time we said, well, we need to also formally secure what we had done just as a matter of good willingness, and we could have withdrawn as founders from the purpose of the business. And then, so I wanted to really clarify everything, wanted to put everything on a legal basis that was sure, and to make sure that it continued even once I would leave the company. Very briefly, due to the fact that the shares are transferred nominally, the basic requisite is created to simply continue an activity. If that is done or not is an entrepreneurial decision. The purpose is for most of the businesses to be successful as a business, and then you have to sort of weigh off whether that makes a contribution or not. And as an entrepreneur, you need to make a decision whether you go along that path or whether you opt for something else. So if it's a steward ownership or something else that is most suitable to the business. Additional questions?
Hier ging der Arm etwas schneller hoch und da drüben auch noch.
Ja, da drüben auch noch.
Ja.
Vielleicht ist meine Frage auch ganz kurz.
Maybe it's a brief question and I get a brief answer.
Also nur von uns, wir sind
from our side, we are an architectural firm. For about 1 year, we've been a steward-owned company based on the British model, EOT, and we talked about voting rights. Mr. Bruch, you mentioned external members of your advisory body. We've got 4 persons from within the business, and we are looking for an external person right now. What are the persons, in your case, that are the externals? What positions do they take over? And have the others on the panel also thought about external decision-making rights or voting rights? Well, until 2005, I was the sole owner or steward of Globus, and we did not have that advisory council or advisory board. So I was the owner of the business, and I was the one entitled to take decisions. But I didn't have a very good feeling with that, because it always means what happens if something happens to you, if you're not able anymore to fulfill your role and to manage the company. And that led to the changes that we then introduced. We spent a long time discussing whether it was right if I had some veto right or a majority in that body. But there was one element that was awkward. When I took over, it was a very difficult situation for the company, because my father at the time was also the sole shareholder, sole owner, did everything alone, had a lot of responsibilities and accountabilities, and overnight he fell ill and he was unable to work. I was only 30 years old at that time, and we had always thought, well, he may recover, but he did not not recover from his illness. And for the business, it was a difficult situation. It was really good that we somehow coped. And then I said, this is what it needs to be like. If something happens to me from the family or to my son, if something happens, then the others can have a majority. If the three external colleagues think that it serves the purpose, it serves the business, then it must be possible to have a majority. And we spent a long time discussing that, and that's exactly how we structured the body. So we've been living with this new model for 18 years. We did not have to take recourse to that majority vote because we always unanimously took most important decisions. So we need to always look into different aspects. We discuss all the different aspects, but we've always been able to find a consensus so far. But it's still a possibility. And your question was actually... Is that an answer to your question? Well, it's nice if you say, well, you are the only one who has a say in things and can decide, but it has got some risks as well.
Gibt es noch andere, weil die Frage ist natürlich auch in der Begleitung eine der zentralen, gehe ich mit nur internen und welche Gefahr gehe ich damit ein, brauche ich die externen, wenn ja, welche Rollen,
or do I go external, and what kind of people do I need? So we have 3 external people in our supervisory board, and the supervisory board can withdraw me or appoint me, so they have quite a strong role, the external people, and this is in line with what I just said, that in the end we need a capable person in charge. And in our case, I mean, I'm there and I try to do a good job, but it might well be that one day they say no, there needs to be someone else. Someone else needs to take over, so this would also be the function of the external people to make sure of that.
Nein. Das sind alles unternehmerische.
Well, these are all, I mean, the important thing with us is that we have entrepreneurs that are members there, no lawyers, no local friends or whatever, and not the mayor either. But it could also be a tax lawyer. Tax consultant. But this is the part of the question that I did not answer or forgot to answer. These are the 3 people with us, are 3 colleagues. Well, of course, they need to be connected to the company in order to be able to make a contribution. And of course, it can be the tax consultant in one case, but in other cases, other people. So the next question here in the front, Heinrich Bayer, Federal Association of Employee Participation. I just wanted to ask you, what is the core of steward ownership? Is it the foundation part or the partnership part? Because when I look at all of your companies, the eventual decision-taking is focused in foundations. With the GmbH, it would be, of course, the partners, and here we have the foundations or the respective regulations in the foundations. Well, we have also models here where this is not the case. So in the end, it's the stewards, as we say it. They can do it as a board member of the foundation or as shareholders. So this is quite a concrete legal form. So how about the voting rights structure? Especially when it comes to the Verlag, the publishing house. If I understood you correctly, you have a bunch of rights for the employees, rights that you've negotiated to pass them on, and you stick to it, but the employees do not have a say in the company. Yes, they do. In the curatorium of the one foundation which has the majority. So the board is one, but the curatorium which tells the board what to do. 1/3 of the seats is taken up by employees, 1/3 of the leadership, and 1/3 of the managers. So they have a co-determination right. And when it comes to the withdrawal
of the CEOs. They have 100% of the decision-taking capabilities here. So this is quite far-reaching. So in the foundation or in the statutes, yes, we laid it out, and this is the way we do it in our company.
Wenn du kurz bist, du.
Ja,
can I add something?
Das Thema, Herr Bayer, jetzt auf der rechtlichen Ebene.
Ich
würde sagen, das Wichtigere ist, wie die Dinge auf der Führungsebene laufen.
But the important thing is the leadership level. This is what you said earlier. Of course, you can easily theoretically talk about things and lay out things, but the decisive thing is if you take your employees seriously in your everyday work. So, do you really feel taken seriously as an employee, not only in your position, but even beyond that, as a human being? Do you feel respected? Or are you also being consulted when it comes to decision-taking? So, if this is the culture that you live, then you're on the right track.
Letzte Frage.
Last question now.
Eine Frage können wir noch machen.
We can take one further question, if it is a brief one. I saw a hand over here. There, on the other side.
Ja, hallo.
Well, hello.
Ich habe ein Weingut im Verantwortungseigentum
gegründet. Steward-Ownership, I just founded it, family business for 4 generations, and we just transferred it. And of course, we also have the Vito model with a purpose foundation, and for us, it is a means in itself that we want to safeguard it. But if there is this new legal form, if we could have the bound assets in a cooperative, then we would not need this anymore. So is there the possibility to only work with this legal form in the future? If it is being introduced, this is a nice final question. So what do you think? Change of legal form? Maybe we go around. Neda, would you like to start? Well, if I'm serious and honest here, I can easily see that Rexroth goes towards sole steward-ownership without the foundation. I mean, I do not want to miss that, but if there is a possibility to do that, I would actually take the decision exactly like that.
Das könnte schwierig werden.
Well, it could be difficult. This is my prognosis, because the foundation law is quite a strict law, and you can go into a foundation, you can enter into a foundation, but to leave it is very difficult. So someone told us before we founded our foundation that we should consider it very carefully, because setting up a foundation is quite easy, but it's a decision that you take in the long run, and whether it would work, this would have to be clarified with the supervision of the foundation, and it could be a lengthy process. Exactly. Yes, I would see it similarly. I think we should take a look whether it's possible, if it's possible, what kind of advantages this brings about, because the dissolving of the foundation might be equally difficult as founding a foundation, and so it would be great if we would have this new legal form very quickly, so that not too many people would have to embark on the first track and later on change that. Well, we are not bound by a foundation, and for us it's quite an interesting idea, and it becomes clear from what the panelists said and also in the audience, we have different visions here in Germany, and dependent on how well this new legal form can reflect your vision, we would also be interested in using it in order to be more flexible and be able to change things, and not always have to embark on this difficult track here. And in particular, when it comes to entrepreneurial ideas and the implementation, it needs to be appropriate. Well, everything needs to be much more simple. Everything that we've heard here today makes clear that we also need a good solution for small-scale businesses to realize their ideas. I'm quite open to it. Of course, at the moment it works quite well, and I'm happy about the current structure and the way we organize it for ourselves. But at the same time, we have lived through different phases, and we need to be open-minded. If there's another good solution, I'm of course open for it. So let's wait and see. Oh, perfect. We are quite good when it comes to sticking to our timeline. Of course, we could not go into much depth, but I hope that we could give you an impression of the diversity that we have here within this model, that there's also some leeway for the companies. So we've come to an end, but I would like to give you a round of applause to all 5 of you that you were here and gave your contribution. And it's a 15-minute break now, and at 3:35 we will meet again, so please don't disappear right away. So please come back 3:35.
I'm going to be ready.
Good. All right. Willkommen zurück.
Welcome back. So I think there are still people coming back into this room. So everyone who does not speak English should put on a headset. If you don't have one, you can go outside of the room and get one. I will continue in English.
Now we'll stick with English for our next speakers. Now, kind of the flow throughout the day was that we started at a really high level, right? Then we went into, dove deep into this topic of steward ownership, and then had hopefully a lot of really good conversations in the workshops, in the lunch break, and all around there. And now we want to dive deeper into the individuality that also comes with steward ownership. And we have the principles, we have the idea around it, but then every company can make it their own. And that's what we want to hear about a bit more. And first, I'm really happy that she is here. She is the chairwoman of one of UK's biggest employee-owned companies and steward-owned companies, with 80,000 employees, and she will tell you a lot more about the John Lewis partnership. Sharon White, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Hi, thank you so much. I got invited last year, and gosh, how I regret that I wasn't able to come. This has been one of the most sort of energizing and sort of positive days I've had since I became chair of the John Lewis Partnership. We're not just one of the biggest employee-owned businesses in the UK. We are the biggest by... we are the biggest by some scale, which is why so many of the conversations today about those of us in the room who are just starting out, startups, maybe founder businesses, hopefully what I've got to say about some of the opportunities, but also some of the complexities about being at the other end of the scale, I hope I hope will chime. And I know a number of you have probably looked at the John Lewis partnership model in the past and hopefully used it for a little bit of inspiration as you started to think about your own business models. So we have almost 80,000 employees whom we call partners. We have 21 million customers, which, given there are only 60 million people in the UK and only 40 million adults, it means that almost everybody shops with us. We are predominantly in retail, which I want to talk about, which I think gives particular issues. It's where we started, and we haven't diversified hugely. So we have a grocery business, which is 2/3 of the business, about £7 billion, which is a sustainable, highly ethical business called Waitrose. And John Lewis itself is a department store business, and we all know the economics of department stores at the moment, which is about £4 billion. And is really, if you talk to people in the UK about where the sort of emotional connection is, it's, you know, the pair of shoes, or you moved your first house. It's that sort of great time you spent in one of our department stores. Now, our history is about 100 years old. And it wasn't John Lewis who founded the business. It was his son, John Speeden Lewis. And it took him about 40 years to turn what was actually a very sort of classic, conventional, arch-capitalist business. I mean, basically, his father didn't pay even the wages of many of his employees, to the degree that they almost went on strike in the early 1900s. And it took John Speeden Lewis about 40 years, essentially wheeling and dealing, and rather deviously behind his father's back, progressively to give the company away. And he sort of started in sort of 1929. There was what's called the first trust settlement, so the first almost sort of piece of legislation which tried to give an indication that there was something different happening. We set up our first newspaper so that partners' employees could voice their views. But it wasn't until 1950, so literally almost 40 years later, that the John Lewis partnership became a partnership, and the business was given in trust to the partners. And Speeden's vision, I mean, he was basically a sort of genius about 60 years ahead of his time. His vision was that the partnership should be a, what he called an alternative to communism, which is sort of, given our location, interesting. So coming out after the war, the idea was that you could have a business that was not just employee-owned, that was so generous in terms of its benefits and its support to its workers, that people returning from the war after 1945 wouldn't become communists. And he's written sort of, you know, if you've got several hours to spare, he's got various sort of archives on this after the late 1940s, early 1950s. So the business was the first business ever to have universal health care before the National Health Service. It was the first business essentially to set up a sort of state, almost what you would recognise as a sort of state welfare system before the new sort of social contract after the war. And then what's been interesting, for most of our history, we were sort of hand to mouth. If you read much of the archives, you know, there was a period in the 1950s where we almost went bust because there was a tax bill that we couldn't quite pay. And essentially we had to sort of pass the bucket round to various partners to dip in. And so there was a sense, probably from the 1950s through to the 1980s, where this idea that this egalitarian, almost communitarian business that was going almost the anti-capitalist model, that you had to work really, really hard to keep it afloat. And indeed, not only are we employee-owned, we're also a democracy. So we probably don't have time this afternoon to explain the complexity of the governance within the partnership, but just to say it is very complex. So I sort of think at this stage I should have a whiteboard. And so we have at least 3 decision-making authorities. We have the chairman, myself. So the chair is a decision-making sort of authority in their own right. We have a council of 60, all elected, mostly a combination of people who work in our warehouses or shop assistants at our checkouts, all elected with constituencies, so very much like the British Parliament. And then I have a board, 3 of whom are partners themselves, elected through council, 3 of whom, interestingly, given our last breakout session, are external. So they are sort of traditional, sort of non-executive directors whose day job is another company. But broadly speaking, you've got a sort of triangle and a triangulation, the aim of which is essentially to have decision-making which is broadly consensual without losing pace. And twice a year, I have, according to our constitution, the chairman is accountable to council. So twice a year I go to a session where I have my 60 council members. It's a streamed session, so thousands of partners tune in, and I'm quizzed on the performance of the business, not just commercially, but is the character of the business distinctive from a conventional retailer? What's the democratic health of the business? And then there's a vote twice a year as to whether the council retains confidence in the chairman. And if they don't, which I've got close a couple of times. I had 1 unanimous in favour, and I've had lots of close votes because we've been doing lots of change. But if the council loses confidence, they can then pass a resolution to the trustees to have the chairman ejected. So ultimately, the chairman, the head of the organisation, can only take decisions effectively within the bound of consensus within the business, both formally and informally. So I said between 1950 and 1980, we were sort of slightly hand-to-mouth existence. We don't have access to external capital. And until the 1980s, we only invested the cash that the businesses made. We then started to grow pretty quickly. And we grew through debt. And all from good intent. So the idea was that every part of the country should be able to benefit from a retail experience that was driven through partnership. Great quality, great service, great sustainability, partners who were focused on the customer and not on the external shareholder. So we had a phase between 2000 and 2019 when we went from, broadly speaking, about 90 stalls across the 2 brands to almost 400. And we borrowed something like £650 million, depending on where we are with the euros post-Brexit, is probably about 700 million euros. And so the issue for the partnership now is, as a scale business with highly engaging, highly consultative, but also complex governance, where our shareholders are employees, is actually now how do we transform ourselves when the economics of retail have become so much tighter, and when our employees are having to take you're having to think partnership first. So we are having to do all the sorts of efficiencies, outsourcing, all those things that feel anathema to a partnership. And to be frank, we are sort of 3 years into probably the biggest transformation and the biggest set of changes, certainly through our history. And I think if this is, of wider application to those of you in the room, particularly those of you who are moving to scale, I would say there are maybe 2 or 3 lessons I would take. The first is, how do you continue at all stages of scale to be as focused on the responsibility of being an owner as the rights of being an owner? So I think during the period when we were on the surface very successful, but actually building debt in the background, I think we lost some of our crispness about the responsibility of ownership. If it's your house and the roof needs fixing, actually it's the greatest privilege to get up the ladder and you've got a friend at the bottom of the ladder holding on and somebody else is sending up the slates and the concrete. And I think that sense of responsibility during the good times and the bad times of the cycle, I would say, is absolutely beyond anything the most critical aspect, and something we're working super hard to get back. The other thing I would say, particularly those of you who are, I think we had a lady in the previous session, you're a medium-sized company, is there a natural scale point for an employee-owned business? And I think it partly depends on your financial ballast, your financial structure. My own view is that employee-owned businesses can get too big, particularly if your aspiration is to maintain financial independence without having to have recourse to an external shareholder. So for many of you, you're at the sort of startup end, and this may feel like it's decades away, but I think as you grow and you think about your investor base, I think the question about how scale sits alongside financial independence, sits alongside sources of finance, the role of debt, I think is super, super important. And then finally, I think before we sort of open up for questions, is just the most sort of extraordinary opportunity, given where the world is after the financial crisis. So we talked a bit about this during the course of the day. Trust in conventional business is through the floor. And that's partly the banking crash, which hit the UK more heavily than it hit continental Europe. But it's also now, I think, both coming out of the pandemic, where I think lots of people are coming into my business, our businesses, have got a completely different view about how money and profit sits alongside purpose and life and the good life and well-being. And certainly in the UK, conventional business has not delivered a cost of living increase for the last almost 20 years. So real wages, once you take into account inflation, if you're in a conventional business, basically hasn't budged since 2008. And I'm sure Steen will talk to us a bit about the positives and the benefits of being an employee-owned business. But I think this moment in history is the most fabulous opportunity for employee-owned, steward-owned businesses, both to create a new sense of loyalty with our customers, and possibly even more importantly, a new sense of loyalty and commitment and binding relationship with our people. Thank you very much indeed. I don't know whether we've got time for questions, but happy to take any.
Thank you so much, Sharon. We do have time for maybe 3 questions, I'd say, so pick wisely.
I've just stunned you all into complex silence.
You described very nicely how you, as a chairman, can be replaced. My question is, how is the new chairman selected? Is it also democratically, or is there a different process?
It's a great question. So according to our, because we also started, I mentioned, as a family-founder business. And so our articles, which are now very historic, actually formally say that the chairman appoints the new chairman. And I don't know whether this is public. I'm about to change. I'm about to change the articles. Next month, because actually I don't think it's great governance. So formally, the articles will be changed so that the board, and the board obviously has 3 out of 8 elected representatives, will formally make the appointment. And I think you may also know that my term is almost, I'm a year from the end of my term, so that process is starting now. So my successor will be the first chair who is not formally appointed by the previous chair.
Good afternoon. Just from up here, you may hear by the accent, I'm also from home.
Yeah. Sorry,
the John Lewis dividend's quite famous, the partnership bonus. You didn't pay one this year for the first time, is that correct?
No, not the first time.
Not the first time. How do you decide that, and how do you decide what is redistributed across the partnership itself?
Yeah. So exactly as you say, probably if you're in the UK, the thing that the partnership is most famous for is profits go to partners and the bonus, and that used to be on a Thursday in March, and sort of huge media event. One of the reasons why I'm talking a lot about sort of responsibility is that, tough as it is, but we've got to rethink what counts for success in an employee-owned business. So we didn't pay a cash bonus until 1971. And that's because during that period, the leadership of the business was so focused on making sure the business was solvent, sustainable, and that we were investing properly in the future. And so the bonus we will pay when it's affordable, but we've got a backlog of investment in technology and all the foundations of the business, because, to be frank, we probably over-invested in the bonus when we had foundational investments to make, and that's a hard message, but that's a very open conversation we're having with partners today. I would rather invest in great stores, great technology, great online experience, great pay, so that we can, step assertively into being a real voluntary living wage payer, and the bonus comes when it's affordable. So we didn't pay a bonus this year, we had paid a bonus actually the previous year.
Thank you, Sharon. It was really great having you here.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's move on from the UK to the US from 1929 or 1950, as I heard now, to 2022. When the New York Times titled "Billionaire No More," Patagonia founder gives away the company, and the whole Steward-Ownership community basically went nuts because everyone was so happy about this. I'm really happy to welcome the chairman of the board of Patagonia, Charles Kahn, all the way from the US. Thank you.
Thank you. 20 years ago, I was standing in a stream in Argentina with Yvon Chouinard, the founder of Patagonia, and fish weren't biting, and I said to him, Yvon, what are you going to do when you get older? How's Patagonia going to keep going? And he said, it isn't. I mean, we're going to shut it down. He said, my kids aren't interested in the business. They were in their late teens and early 20s. I don't trust anyone to run it. We're going to shut it down. Well, it's funny because I thought that was a really bad idea. And 2 weeks later, he asked me to join the board. And fast forward about 2 decades, here we are. I'm going to spend just a few minutes talking about Patagonia's decision to go purpose rather than going public, and our journey as a purpose-driven, steward-led company. I should say first that we're really honored to be here in your company and alongside many pioneering companies, small and large. We've already talked about Novo, Zeiss, Bosch, and many smaller companies as well, Firebrand, organically grown. And then we just got to hear about the John Lewis partnership, which is a really remarkable story. I was telling Dame Sharon, I live about 200 yards from one of the original stores, and it's a really remarkable place. And also alongside, some 7,000 benefit corporations, certified benefit corporations. So this is a movement that's growing and growing quickly. In fact, I had to update that number because it's growing so quickly. Patagonia is 50 years old this year. And maybe it'll help our conversation to say a little bit about its origins. Yvon never set out to be an entrepreneur. He is a dirtbag adventurer who happened to be a good craftsman who wanted to make good gear for his friends. That's it. And he would describe himself that way, by the way. That's not me saying something naughty about him. We've always, therefore, been a business unusual company, not a business as usual company. The family and Yvon have never been in it for the money. In fact, there's no Chouinard private jets, there's no yachts, just a dusty old Toyota and some flip-flops. I will tell you that this guy makes the legendary philanthropist and skinflint Chuck Feeney look posh. The worst day of his life was when somebody told him that he'd made the Fortune 400 list. He said it was the worst day of his life, that he'd never met a billionaire that wasn't an asshole. I'm sure I'm not allowed to say that. What Patagonia is about is human-powered outdoor pursuits, and our passion has always been to make great gear for our athlete customers. But as that founding team did their work in the early 1970s, they already began to notice environmental degradation, species decline, and the beginnings of climate change, and the damage from their own products, which were pitons that were driven into the rock to support climbers. This realization led, well, first to some great innovations in climbing gear, so we don't do that anymore, and to an early commitment to give 1% of the company's sales or 10% of profits to fight the environmental crises. And also a mission that was very explicitly purpose-driven long before that came into vogue. And that mission was simple, which is we make the best gear, we do no unnecessary harm, and we use the power of business to make change. Good stuff. And that served us for a long time. But in 2018, Yvon decided to go further. And without actually consulting anybody, he said, we have a new mission, and it's even simpler. Our new mission is we are in business to save the home planet. Right? Big deal. Pretty cool. Sort of. I mean, then if you're running the business on Monday morning after you've been told you're in business to save the home planet, what do you do? Like, how the heck do you live that every day? And we spent the next 5 years figuring that out. We already were good at measuring our footprint. We already set difficult goals for reducing our footprint. We upped all of that and aimed to eliminate our carbon footprint, to eliminate the use of dangerous chemistries in our products, to sharply reduce our water use and many other impacts. We introduced Warnware, which said, anytime you want to send something back to us, we'll repair it or fix it at our expense and send it back to you. A circular way of thinking about our business. Of course, a classic Yvon, he said, that's good, we can do better. That's not good enough. And so this time last year, we all had a really hard think about how to prepare for the next 50 years of stewardship of this unique and unusual company. And that's what led to his decision to make this even bigger choice, which is to give away all of the shares of the company that were just held by him and his family and go purpose. So all of the shares of the company have been given to two types of trust. I think there are some people in the room who care about the details of these things. I guess many, right? Forgive me. The 2% of the shares that, in economic terms, that own all the votes are held by something called a perpetual purpose trust. and all of the economic shares of the company are held by a group of C4s. And for those not familiar with American law, that's like a foundation, but it doesn't have some of the benefits of a foundation. For one thing, when you give money to it, you don't get a tax deduction. Foundations are called C3s. Of course, the Chouinard family, who wasn't taking money out of the business, didn't care about the tax deduction. So this is a good structure. In the United States, unlike most European countries, C3s can't own companies. And so we had to come up with a structure that was slightly different. As Steen will tell us, C4s are actually pretty cool because you can do activism without getting in trouble. You can even do politics without getting in trouble, which we do. So I will say, because I know it's of interest to people in this room, we did look at other approaches to releasing substantial value to fight the environmental crisis. We looked at dual share listings, where we would retain voting control of the company but have it be publicly listed. We looked at selling part of the company to like-minded permanent capital or promised permanent capital private equity companies. Each time we went through the pluses and minuses, Yvonne said no. Ultimately, this begins to corrupt our mission. And even if it doesn't happen while I'm alive, it'll happen in some future generation. And we also looked at employee ownership. We just had a long conversation about it. And what the family decided, and this was in discussion with many employees, was actually we wanted the planet to be the owner. We didn't want to saddle the employees. We wanted actually the planet to be the owner. By making this move to steward ownership, we've joined many of you in the room, and I've named some of those companies at the outset. We like to speak about this publicly because it's our most earnest goal that we help this revolution, this evolution happen faster. I'm really excited to say that in the United States, a bunch of companies are actually starting to go down this path too. Some of you will have heard Michael Bloomberg's decision to use a very similar structure. Way bigger than Patagonia, sort of $60 billion of impact. And we hope that this moves the dial even faster. It is important to say for those on the fence that you don't have to make as big a move as the Chouinard family did. They did 100% of their shares. Much good can be done even by smaller moves. So, for example, MasterCard is 9% owned by the MasterCard Foundation, which gives away billions of dollars a year to their charitable interests. So, as you'll imagine, especially in the context of being an American company, we've been massively criticized for this decision. It instantly became a political issue, to the point where state governors in a number of states, red states, just saying, actually have put forward legislation to ban financial managers of state assets to even consider environmental, social, or governance goals. So what I would just like to note is that they can say whatever they want to say. They can have whatever battle of words they want to have. It's too late, right? The only question now is how, not whether the pendulum is swinging, but how far it swings and how fast it swings in this move toward responsibility and purpose. Surveys of investors show that most professional institutional investors already believe that environmental and social goals should trump short-term profit. And more than ever, consumers and employees are choosing companies based on these very same commitments. If you think about it for a second, if you're an endowment investor or a sovereign investor, a pension fund investor, anyone who has to think about 100 years or 1,000 years into the future, you're a fool if you don't consider these things, because you won't maximize long-term value, right? This isn't exogenous to running companies. This is central to running companies. Our view is that great companies actually have always been the companies that actually stand for something, that have values and that believe in and make commitments to their communities, not for their creation of shareholder wealth, right? This year, Patagonia was named, as it has been many years in a row, in the top group of most reputable companies in the world, based on criteria like product quality, trust, ethics, citizenship. Interestingly, so was Chick-fil-A. Does anyone here know what Chick-fil-A is? Yeah, so it's a notorious chicken sandwich company that doesn't believe in LGBTQ rights. So whatever. You couldn't find two companies, Patagonia and Chick-fil-A, that are more different from each other, that believe things that are more different from each other. But what I would say is both of them actually stand for something, and stand for something that people can see, and then make their own decision about whether they want to work there, whether they want to buy their products, or whether they want to be investors in that business. And I say that because those people who are against the movement that we're all part of often say that stakeholders, and especially investors, will be confused if we have goals that are other than making money. Rubbish. I mean, this simply isn't true. Investors have always been smart about what companies stand for. Big businesses also know that this narrow, extractive model of shareholder capitalism doesn't serve us, and leading institutions like the Business Roundtable and the World Economic Forum have tried to rebrand shareholder capitalism as stakeholder capitalism, and take into account employees and workers and society. Problem is that most of them haven't changed anything about the actual charters of their business that say what they're about. And anyone that has a normal Inc. business in the United States has only one goal legally under the law, which is profit maximization. So recently, as you all know, a more concrete movement around company responsibility has been gaining momentum across the world, the benefit corporation idea, where it is a legal form of corporate organization, now in almost 40 states in the United States and in many of your countries, to have goals that sit alongside profit maximization. We've also seen some really interesting moves in accounting bodies to add environmental and other impacts into the generally accepted accounting standards, and we've seen move by governments as well. So, capitalism brought us reductions in absolute poverty, longer lives through medical innovation, and many other improvements in our lives, along with great shareholder returns. But let's be honest, the naked form of capitalism did that at enormous cost, including increasing inequality, wide-scale uncompensated environmental destruction, and the fraying of the fabric of the communities and societies that we live in. We all know this is happening. And I think we all know, and certainly we know in this room, that change will be good for business, as well as the societies that we live in. We need to involve how we steward our companies, and we need purpose and commitments that go well beyond profits. There's not one way to do this. We're going to hear Steen talk about this. Let's let 1,000 flowers bloom, because it will have to have different models in different places. I'll just finish by saying companies have responsibilities for their workers, their customers, the environment, and yes, their investors. We can argue about it, but everybody knows that this is the case. No one's confused about this. Over time, the market will continue to work, and responsible, purpose-driven, steward-led companies will attract more investment, better employees, and deeper customer loyalty. Yvonne always says, every time we do the right thing, it's good for business. And so I hope all of us can join together and make it true more broadly. I think there are many alliances that need to happen, especially amongst the kind of people in this room, and we need to bring more people into this movement so that we can build a better kind of world alongside this creativity. So with that, thank you. Do you have time? Okay. Sure, or here, wherever.
Thank you, Charles. It was great.
Thank you.
Great hearing from you. We have time for 2 or 3 questions, depending on how long they are and how long you answer.
I'll do my part to be short.
Question?
No. You. Yeah. Well, we do have an Italian here who's told it to his government, and it worked, right? We have, how many, Eric? We have 4,000. We have 4,000 benefit companies now in Italy, and they were rejected 4 times in order to get there. So yes, but all of us need to speak with one voice.
No? Amin?
No?
Oh, sorry, there's one over there.
Yes, thank you. If you could quickly explain, like, what is for you the difference between like a purpose company and a benefit corporation, or what do you mean with it, and how could we get it more involved here in Germany or in Europe?
Right. Well, I'll probably make a hash of this. I mean, for me, the idea of a purpose-led company is, the broader umbrella. Sometimes we could say purpose-led, we could say steward-led companies. A benefit corporation is now a specific form of corporate organization that's enshrined in law in a number of countries that allow for goals other than profit maximization. To be a certified B Corp, you actually need to agree to be audited each year, and you need to agree to be audited against very specific social, employee, and environmental goals. So I think purpose is the bigger bucket, and benefit is one form of corporate organization, not at all the only one. And you have many foundation-led companies here that actually are a legal form of organization here.
Yeah, and that actually changed something on the ownership level as well, right?
Yeah. We have a question.
We have a question.
Last one.
Thank you so much. That was really impressive. I have a question. We talk so much about investors. We talk so much about, like, we are family. We have to create this world. I would like to know what you think about that. Big companies like yours, maybe, were like really a bit safer, could also help like young companies. So could there be something like, I don't know about investment, but like to help more?
I think that's entirely possible. And many big companies have venture capital arms. We have one. It's called Tin Shed Ventures. And we invest in companies that help us advance our mission. Sometimes that's narrow, like you make a great recycled fiber using old fishing nets. That's literally one of our companies. And sometimes it's broader. We invest in solar energy companies that have better technologies. I think many big companies, especially technology-driven companies, are in the business of helping young companies also come up this way. Yeah. Well, so it's a conversation that we don't have time to have now, but I'd love to talk about that. I think endowment thinking is not always consistent with exit thinking. And I do work in venture capital, and I often remind myself and my colleagues, like, hold on, how would you do that if you had to hold this company forever? Because that's the right way of thinking about it, right? Okay.
All right.
Thank you,
Charles.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, we are moving back from the US to Germany. So all the English-speaking people, please put on your headsets again. Ich spreche jetzt auch weiter auf Deutsch. Wir gehen jetzt von 1.500
So I'll switch back to German. We'll go from 5,000 employees to 3 employees. It's a foundation in 2021. Ines Schiller from Wild, who has founded a great company and is doing many great things with that. I'm really very happy to be here today. It's quite an honor to speak to you. My name is Ines Schiller, and I am the founder and CEO of Wild. And we develop and produce radically sustainable, ocean-friendly and healthy absorbent products from marine algae. Products that otherwise often end up as waste in the ocean become fully degradable as a result and not only use significantly fewer resources in the production, but even stabilize the marine ecosystem. Since I trained as a marine guide, a kind of ocean ranger a few years ago, and saw how incredibly versatile, healthy, and above all sustainable marine macroalgae are, I would like to help establish them as a regenerative and healthy material, also in the non-food sector, and at the same time do something for the protection of the oceans. Our first product is the tampon. This one, the world's first tampon made from seaweed, which will be launched next year, and whose beta version is available for testing in the toilets here. So you can try it out. It is the first step towards the algae-verse, a universe of healthy algae products, and we've just developed a Windle, a fully compostable diaper insert with an algae core, together with another company, Goldeimer. So give it a round of applause to Goldeimer. Like the previous speakers, we at Wild frequently and very happily question the status quo. And instead of doing things the way they were done, what we want with Wild is nothing less than a model for a regenerative socio-economic system that works within the planetary boundaries. A business can be a prototype of the world you want to live in. It's more than a startup. Wild is an embodiment of our values, a tool and an experiment with the distribution of power and resources. We are modeling new ways of working, production, living and coexisting, transforming our relationship to money, to work, to our bodies, to the planet and to each other. We want working relations be characterized by trust and not dominance. We see ourselves as human animals, not in opposition to nature, but as part of it. And circularity is not a buzzword for us, but has replaced the linear extractive paradigm. Connection instead of ownership, responsibility instead of dependence, collaboration instead of competition, and flow instead of control, or in short, wildness. Okay. I can already see question looks. There are probably some truths that even we at Wild have to accept. So what does all this actually have to do with steward ownership? So some of the truths that I've heard over the past years is it is impossible to produce tampons from alternative materials, let alone from algae. It's impossible to build a startup without an exit plan, not as a female founder anyway. It's impossible to find financing in responsible ownership or steward ownership for a biotech R&D project, even more so. And Wild is not a very attractive investment case. But what if it is? I mean, how great would it be if tampons promoted menstrual health and saved the oceans? And if companies could be successful because they follow a triple top line? Not although they follow a triple top line. Before I started Wild, I was a motion picture producer, and a lot of my work was making the impossible possible. So I took a chance on the experiment and built an impossible startup with an impossible product and an impossible funding structure, and, spoiler alert, things are only impossible until they are not. Captain Picard. But first things first, why do we need this impossible tampon revolution? Well, quite easy. At the moment, there is basically no possibility or no way to menstruate healthily and sustainably. 300 million people menstruate every day. 90% of them use disposable products. That makes 15,000 products in the course of a lifetime and 100,000 tons of waste per year in German-speaking countries alone. And although more than half of humanity combined uses these products for around 8 years, on one of the most sensitive parts in the body, the issue is still neglected and even stigmatized. Up until now, almost all products have been made from materials that are associated with a number of health problems and environmental impacts, such as extremely high water consumption, deforestation, and enormous plastic pollution. And thus they contribute to the global plastic pollution. And the EU sadly lists menstrual products among the top 10 most common beach litter. Seeing menstruation for what it is, a natural process, we reconnected with nature by using one of its greatest gifts, seaweed. With the tampon, we close the gap between sustainability and regeneration. Not only is seaweed one of the most sustainable ways ever to generate biomass and superior to most land-based materials in terms of sustainability, it actively helps stabilize marine ecosystems in the process, is naturally extremely absorbent, has anti-inflammatory properties, very low potential to cause allergies or irritation, and is microbiome friendly. They have also been successfully used in medical applications where their beneficial properties have been appreciated for decades. In the past, these kind of products were only developed based on economic ideas and by those who do not menstruate. This is different with our product. Fair and ethical business, nature, connection, rewilding, and bullshit-free. So these are Wild's values. This is our North Star.
Don't get fooled. We don't believe
but don't get fooled. We don't believe in fairy tales. Our idealism is pragmatic. We don't want to build castles in the air, difficult word in German, but generate outcomes. In our view, the how is just as important as the what. I would even go further and say there can be no sustainable product if there is an exploitative corporate structure and culture. Our seaweed is one of the most regenerative organisms on Earth, and stewardship ownership helps ensure that Wild as an organization grows as sustainably as our algae. So right from the beginning, our approach was that Wild should benefit from entrepreneurial drive while retaining the freedom to preserve and protect Wild's purpose from extractive capital. Two aspects are important to us. We know the very sad stories of founders whose investors, through the control board with voting rights, have steered the startup's fortune in a direction far from its purpose. It is important for us that Wild remains independent and can make decisions on its own. At the same time, we want the value Wild generates through its work, rather than being taken and privatized, to be put back into Wild's purpose to pay towards our positive impact, profit for purpose. Responsible ownership anchors the two principles of self-determination and purpose orientation accordingly in a legally binding way. As long as there is no independent legal form, we have solved the implementation via the golden share model. But not only the two core aspects played a role for us in choosing the corporate form. Steward ownership brings further advantages. One, internally, by separating voting and profit rights, it is possible at Wild to allow employees to assume responsibility without the need for a management buy-in. The C-level GBR holds the voting rights of Wild GmbH and thus corresponds roughly to the board in a classic startup. Externally, collaboration is fundamental to our work, knowing that another company is also in steward ownership can create a strong foundation of trust, as no one can exploit collaboration for personal gain. Instead, we are driven by common goals that go beyond individual gain. This is a good basis for a meaningful and purposeful partnership. And, big surprise, we also see an advantage for funding. Instead of viewing steward ownership as an obstacle to fundraising, we use it as a kind of filter, because only those who are at all interested in non-exit oriented companies as investor are eligible for Wild as a partner. It makes no sense to start a regenerative company with extractive capital. But then why not work completely without investment? Because we are developing an innovative product and we can't bootstrap. What we want to sell doesn't exist yet. So that means we need and want investors in order to be able to build Wild. So we need an instrument with which we can increase our equity through a financing round and let our investors participate in the future economic success of Wild without having to sell shares in Wild. Since no one could give us such an instrument, we developed it ourselves. Without further ado, the Future Profit Partnership Agreement, FPPA. So here once again, some details. The FPPA is a mezzanine instrument that ensures while independence and at the same time fair returns for our investors. The goal was to build an instrument that combines the most suitable characteristics of equity and capital and debt. We implemented it on the basis of profit participation certificates without voting rights, whereby our investors have unrestricted information rights. We value them as sparring partners, and for this work we must be fully transparent. And of course, our investors also get back the money they have invested, or more precisely, not just back, but a multiple of it, as soon as it is. As this multiple has been paid back, no further money is distributed, so that the profits are again used exclusively for the purpose. The amount of the multiple, e.g. the total payback that the investors can expect, is based on the point of time. The lower the risk, the lower the multiple, so that earlier investments have a higher multiple than later ones. So in principle, the invested amount is always paid back first before the multiples are distributed, because the money invested by the investor should be returned to them as quickly as possible in order to be available for other investments. The repayment is made from the company's profit as soon as distributable profits are generated. The rule 25% plus X applies. e.g. 25% of the profit is automatically used for repayment, and Wild can use additional up to 90% to accelerate the repayment. This linking to profit rather than revenue gives us the security that we won't end up in a situation where we would have to repay even though the liquidity isn't actually here. So after we have developed the impossible product, the innovative tampon, and successfully tested the beta version of the tampon in a consumer trial with more than 100 menstruators, we started a financing round with a freshly developed FPPA in our pocket. In doing so, it was honestly scary open question whether it was possible to raise a 7-figure founding round for a female-founded pre-market company that is in responsible or steward ownership with a specially developed non-equity financing investment to raise. A few quite exhausting months later, we know, yes, it works. So far, we have found 14 great investors to accompany us on our wild journey. And I will answer the questions right away. I know that we will come to questions right away, but the best thing is there is one seat, one ticket empty, so please give me a call if you're interested. And I now come to an end, because further details can be discussed in person. There is this beautiful case studies that you find outside, and it looks like this. Here you can find all further details on the FPPA, and also our original documents can be found there, because we make them available open source. We say that you can menstruate healthy and save oceans with a tampon. At the same time, we are aware that we will not be able to save the ocean single-handedly, of course. In addition to our own work, we hope to inspire and believe in the transformative power of doing things differently. Ideally, our foundational research on innovative tools like the FPPA will facilitate others on their path to becoming a purpose company. If you would like to support us, you can follow us on social media, join our tampon waiting list, and vote for Wild in the Idea Prize for Women's Innovative Startups until October the 31st. Thank you very much.
Willst du noch Fragen? Haben wir noch Zeit?
Eine Frage bekommen wir noch hin. Just one question. We've got time for one single question, if there is one.
Wenn ihr schüchtern seid, wir sind ja auch noch hier.
And we stay on a little bit longer, so you can still come up with questions later on. No questions? Okay, perfect. Everything's fine.
Vielen Dank, Ines.
Well, thank you very much, Ines. And now we switch to English again. So those who don't speak sufficient English, please use your headsets and get the German translation.
We've heard about really different examples of structuring steward ownership now. Very different companies, very different kind of subjective ways of what it means for the company. But we also know a few things about steward ownership more constructually. And we want to hear about that from Professor Dr. Steen Thomsen from the Copenhagen Business School. He's the leading professor on foundation-owned businesses in Denmark. And he has really found a lot of data on steward-owned and foundation-owned businesses, because in Denmark we have so many steward-owned companies, for one, because the foundation law is really good for them there, and also because they have a crazy amount of data in Denmark on everything in the companies. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from you, Steen.
Thank you. So I'm really, really delighted to be here. I'm humbled to be on the same panel with Charles and Dame Sharon and Ines. You know, I really love these stories that they're telling, and it makes me feel that there's hope for a better world. And actually, it gives meaning to my own research, because I'm kind of the data guy who does this, you know. And so when I'm here, I feel energized. I feel, yes, I will go home and do more research. So I'm doing research not on steward ownership, because I think steward ownership, as Charles said, is the umbrella concept. So basically, underneath that, we can find different animals, so to say. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at companies which are owned by foundations. We have foundations which are owned by companies, but these are foundations which have the power, so to say, and they have a purpose, and this means that the companies are bound to a purpose. And I know you're trying to do another arrangement with the steward-owned companies, you know, where you work directly with the company entity and so on, and I applaud that, because this structure is, truth to be told, a little bit heavy for smaller companies. So I totally understand. Nevertheless, we have examples of companies which have made it big on this structure. For example, Novo Nordisk, which is the most valuable company in Europe right now, was a startup once and started as a foundation-owned company, so it is doable. So I'm looking at companies, you know, around the world, and I'm counting them. And I talk to them, and I like to talk to them, and they have very interesting stories. One thing I found is that I can kind of recognize them, you know. It's like there's a special style. They're not boasting. Very few of them are boasting. They don't boast, and they don't use money a lot. You know, they don't brag about their money, and they don't have fancy cars and so on. And they have wonderful companies where the employees are totally dedicated. Great values, so they're very big on values and so on. So what is it that I've found in these many cases and many studies that I've done? And I should say basically that it's true, right? We have this wonderful data in Denmark, and we can go extremely deep. We can tell your taxes, whether you've gone to jail, you know, and we can tell that for all individuals in Denmark. We got access to the public register, but we cannot do that when we go around the world. So I kind of mix results here. So basically, what have I found? Well, I found that the foundation model, the steward ownership model, is competitive. Surprise, surprise. Maybe it's not a surprise to you, but you should also remember you get the good stories mainly. But I try to get all stories, right? And yes, even if we take the bad ones also, you know, they are competitive. So they perform at least at the level of normal companies in terms of normal profitability measures. They also take less risks, which means risk-corrected returns are higher, and they may grow slower. Depends. Some studies say yes, some studies say no. The real story behind that is they do less M&A. They don't like their ownership to be diluted, so they do less M&A. So organic growth, normal growth is about the same. They do better on sustainability. Surprise, surprise, but they do. Again, very few of these foundations that I mentioned before actually had any or much idea of sustainability 10 or 20 years ago, and certainly not when they were founded. This wasn't what they were doing, but they woken up and they took it. So basically, I have nice graphs which will show you that they, you know, yes, they do better on sustainability, on E, on environment, and S, social, not on G. The G ratings are are about the same, no different, but E and S. So they do more for the environment and more for social factors, like the employees. They practice long-term governance, and you can measure that in different ways. Of course, these foundations don't sell their shares, so ownership is stable. Management is also stable, so they tend to have to retain their boards for longer, to retain their top managers for longer. They have less leverage. They don't use so much debt because they hate to gamble with the company. Maybe also one reason why less M&A. They have more R&D, and they have higher survival rates, substantially higher survival rates. With regard to their stakeholders, we know a little bit, especially about their employees. The employees get paid better, 6% better, as I remember. They have longer tenure, they stay for longer in the company, they are better educated, and the companies also have good reputations, good kind of stakeholder reputations. This is what I can say. They have better corporate culture, which is my most recent study. So how do we actually measure corporate culture? There's been a kind of a problem here. Some of my fellow researchers use it by scraping the web, so they try to look at good words, and I don't think that's the right way to go. I think a better way is to look at what we can do. Using the Danish data, we can use the crime statistics that we have. So all crimes in Denmark for 20 years are registered under the social security number, and I have this data, right? And I can link it to the companies, and I can see if there's a difference in the crime rate between foundation-owned companies and the others. And yes, there is a difference, a significant difference, and sure, it's lower, right? So basically, you can say that so it's an indicator, so to say, that the culture is better. Then their profitability is related to what you could call good governance. So there's something about not too much overlap between the foundation board and the company board. There's something about, if at least for the bigger foundation-owned companies, it's good if the foundation has an identity of its own. If they're very close to the company, what happens is that the foundation gets swallowed. The ownership function disappears. That's not good, because ownership is good if you can put checks and balances on the company management. Not distrust or anything like that, but just knowing that there's somebody else who is with you, and if you should stray, they're always there to help. So about the national average, if you think about it, these foundations, the large foundations, what would be the alternative to having a foundation? The alternative would be that the top 1% would own them. The top 1% of the population, in most cases, right? So I can tell you that if we do these statistics, and see what would happen, we can just add the fraction of foundation capital to the wealth of the 1%, and then we can do the calculations again. It matters, right? In a country like Denmark, where we have it matters, So Denmark would be a substantially less equal society if we didn't have these foundations. And that's another reason, which you might not have thought about, for why this is a really good idea that you're having here with promoting steward ownership. They also tend to stabilize the economy. So in bad times, they fire their employees less quickly. They have more patience with their suppliers and so on. We saw that very clearly under the corona crisis, which we're now studying. So you can say a lot of good things. Can't we say any bad things about maybe not the topic for today, but I would say one bad thing right now is that they're rare. If they were so great, why don't we see more of them, right? And I think the reason, that's a very obvious reason, it actually requires a sacrifice, an economic sacrifice for the people who run them, because they could be part of the 1% or hope to, but they don't, right? They chose another way. So basically, not all people have that motivation, to be honest. That's one reason. The other reason is it's difficult. Even in Denmark, it's difficult to establish a foundation. There are many regulatory hurdles, lots of lawyers, lots of crap. And with slight complications, your tax status and so on, it takes forever. And you get discouraged and so on. So basically, we need to work on this legal part. We need to make it as easy as, I mean, my dream is you can establish the foundation on the internet, fill out a form, get the board, pay in the money, that's it. You're in operation, right? That's how easy it should be, and it deserves to be. I should also say that I feel a little bit bad sometimes for the other companies. They talk about extractive capitalism, right? And so on. So if you're a pension fund, think about it, right? It's perfectly legitimate to be concerned with your pensionists. I don't have a problem with that. But remember that very often in the dialogue we call them extractive. Also with the family businesses. Now it's true. If we do the stats on family businesses, they underperform with regard to ESG and all that, that you find some really bad apples. But the top 30% or 40% of these companies are amazing, and you might as well, on a good day, you would call them steward-owned, right? So they do a very good job. So let's remember that we want that, also that we have a big alliance here, as has been mentioned several times. We have the same purpose. We want to save the planet. We want this world to be a better place, and that's why working together in communities comes more naturally to foundations, and this would also, by the way, include public-private partnerships and all that. So the movement that Armin has started will be very big very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steen. I couldn't have summarized all the studies, which many of them I read. I couldn't have summarized them any better. And it's really, really great to be here. So is there that you are here? Sorry. It's also great to be here, obviously.
and pretty soon you're going to say, I could do that.
No. Do you see in Denmark as well a rise among startups that are wanting to move in this direction?
We're not nearly seeing enough, and I want you to help me with that, by the way. Yeah. We have to arrange a conference, because I see companies like the Danish seaweed company, they are totally obsessed with all the things seaweed can do, right? Yeah. So basically, but they don't know, right? They think about seaweed all the time.
Now looking into the ownership structures, and maybe also because, well, foundations are still something quite big, and also you have a lot of really older structures, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, I think because we are also already a bit over time, thank you very much for having been here. I'll go to Steen if you have any questions on these companies. He's mingling around. Thanks so much for being here. With Steen's point on, we need to make it as easy as possible, he's basically already started to moderate for our next session, but we have a short break in between, no worries. I'm going to switch back to German for the organizational details, so headsets on.
So headsets on for the English-speaking folks. We're a bit behind time, therefore we shift the break a little bit. We have about 15 minutes break. We meet again at 5:10, and then it's going to be very interesting again. The legal form has already been mentioned repeatedly throughout the day. We've had lots of teasers, and we will be talking about the legal form once more. One of the rapporteurs for the legal form in the government associations that have advocated that, and an exciting video message that has already been announced in the flyer that we will be having in a minute. But first, 15 minutes break. We meet again at 5:10.
Well, and we are going to resume once again. And I know that we all would like to move a little bit. We have the impression that the break was quite short. But this is why I would like to ask Emily Steinmetz on stage. Enjoy.
So, jetzt bin ich hier.
Well, I'm here, and I was here to present some music earlier, but now I'm here to do some music together with you, with our feet. So please stand up, all of you. Very nice.
Genau. Und bevor es jetzt
And before we resume the conference, we would like to do a little tap dance choreography. So the most important thing are my red step dance shoes. Not everyone can see them, but I hope that they will fulfill their purpose. And I will start.
Stamp, Shuffle, Spitze, Spitze. Wir schaffen das. Also, genau, ihr könnt euch auch so in der Mitte.
Well, you can also spread a little bit. I will do it once again. Shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tip, toe, tip, toe.
Damit das Gleichgewicht vorhanden bleibt.
And just bend your knees a little bit so that you can still maintain your balance. Shuffle means that you swing your leg forward and backwards and you tip down a little bit. Back and forth, forth and back. Tip, tap, tip, tap. Great. I will show it once again. Shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tip, toe, tip, toe.
Jetzt machen wir das ganz langsam.
And now we'll do it very slowly together. 1, 2, 3. Shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, tiptoe.
Und nochmal.
And once again. 1, 2, 3. And shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, tiptoe. And once again, you can already hear the rhythm. This helps. 1, 2, 3. And shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, tiptoe. Well, this is the first part. And now the second part.
Ich mache ihn einmal vor.
I will just show it to you. Please look at me. Tiptoe.
Spitze, Hacke, Spitze, Hacke, Hacke. Und zusammen. Spitze,
Tiptoe, ho, tiptoe, ho, tiptoe, tip, ho, ho, tiptoe, ho, tiptoe, ho, tiptoe, ho, 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 tiptoe, ho, tiptoe, ho, ho.
Sehr gut. Jetzt mache ich einmal den gesamten Teil vor und danach
Now I will show you the whole thing and then we will do it together. Shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel.
Okay. Und zusammen.
And once again. 1, 2, 3. Shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel. And once again, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel. And between the two parts, we have one tiptoe heel. So no rush, we do have time. 1, 2, 3. And shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel.
Sehr gut. Und jetzt machen wir das
And now we'll do the same thing. Once again, we start with the other leg.
Und
1, 2, 3. And shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel. Once again, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel.
Okay.
Good.
Kurz noch nicht vorbei.
It's not yet over.
Durchatmen.
Just take a deep breath. Find a secure position, and then the other side a little bit faster.
Und sehr konzentriert.
And very focused. 1, 2, 3. And shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel. Once again, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel. Good. And now we'll do the other leg first, and then the first leg again. 1, 2, 3. And shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel. Shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel. Once again, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel. Shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel.
Jetzt machen wir das noch ein letztes
And now we'll do it one last time,
beim letzten Mal.
and you can give applause at the end. Shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel. Shuffle, stamp, shuffle, stamp, shuffle, tiptoe, 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 heel, tiptoe, heel, tiptoe, heel, heel. And finish.
Genial! Ich habe
Great.
seit 5 Jahren erzählt, dass es 2018
I'm getting told that we had this intermezzo since 2018 and how great it was. And last year she couldn't come, so it's great. It looked really amazing how you all did it.
Ich habe nicht mitgemacht.
I did not participate. I had to focus on my moderation part. So now we will come back to the legal form. So what about that? So throughout the whole day we talked about steward ownership and different steward ownership models. And in Germany, the need for simplified legal forms for steward ownership has become that big, and your voice is so loud that the government has laid out in the coalition agreement a new legal form. The company with bound capital, and who could better introduce us to this topic as Professor Lars Pefeld, as the professor for the Eugen Institute and for economics as the Arts University in Freiburg, and also personal advisor to the finance minister. I would like to ask you for a short impulse statement.
Well, hello, everybody, ladies, gentlemen. I'm breathless. I don't know if I can already speak. I need to drink something first before I can start to talk after this physical effort here with step dance. Well, Armin asked me to contribute some facts, and then we'll have a panel discussion to dive deeper into the details. When it comes to the topic of a GmbH with locked asset or corporation with tied up capital, depending on what it will look like in detail, I said, well, it's a truly liberal idea, and therefore with regard to order political dimensions, it's very desirable that owners of a business that start afresh with a new concept as a startup, they penetrate the market, others that have been in the market for a longer time, in the first, second, third, fourth generation as a family-run company, they all have the possibility to come along with their own concepts that they link up to the product, the process, or whatever, and take that into the future, take that forward. So based on this new legal form, a corporation with tied up capital, they can use their liberties, their freedom to really go beyond their own activity in that company and make the business fit for the future, to take it forward into the future. Of course, that has a number of extensions and elements. Linked up to that is so much that you have a specific purpose, you pursue a specific purpose, but that is not something that has been defined politically. It may be any purpose, important purpose that is interesting to that specific corporation, to that specific business. From the perspective of the family-run companies, we sometimes faced with the problem that they lack succession, that the successors that may be suitable, they don't want to be successors or they can't, but the company as such is very healthy, is robust and creates added value for the economy as a whole, but it's also important to the employees, to the workforce of that particular business. And very often they back up the products, the vision, the mission of the company, and they want to take that business into the future as well. And that is already possible today. You can use the foundation as a structure, highly complicated rules with that company foundation exclusively. We need to say there needs to be some not-for-profit purpose, a specific purpose that is added. The cost that is entailed is enormous, so that it is worthwhile only for larger businesses, medium-sized companies. Bosch is always the one label that is quoted in that scope, but there are others. I don't want to give you a long list of businesses, but these are businesses that have reached a certain size and they can afford the high transaction costs. Small companies, middle-sized companies of a smaller scale can't do that, and therefore this new legal form offers the possibility at lower transaction costs to jump over that legal hurdle, and the purpose that you define for the business can thus be taken forward into the future. That's one side of that truly liberal idea. The other is one that is often used as a counter-argument in lots of discussions. People say, well, I am more or less the subject of neoliberalism, and they are all surprised that I support that legal form, because usually you would say, well, if you were a Chicago boy, I'm not a Chicago boy myself, you would assume that financial markets are efficient. This theory about the efficiency of financial markets, the example that I just had when I went to a family-run company where there is no successor, it was said, well, then it's the capital market. If that business does have a future with profit, will be bought by some other entity. Unfortunately, it's not so simple, and the financial markets are not as efficient as you may think. That's something we've seen in the financial crisis at the latest, but that's not important. Here, other aspects are important, are crucial. We have something that in Anglo-Saxon terms is the ownership, creditory ownership, that some business is taken over to eliminate competition. Companies that have an idea fit for the future but are relatively new to the market, are recent in the market, and therefore are seen as a takeover candidate for the big ones, for the big platform companies, for example. They are attracted to as a takeover. You've seen a number of takeovers. Spotify, for example, is one that has become quite prominent. There are strong elements in the digital market, but it's a phenomenon that goes far beyond that, and in the pharmaceutical industry that has existed for a long time. And this is again a relevant topic in terms of order political aspects. How can we make sure that the newcomers in these different segments of the industry, in these markets, that in the competition with the incumbents, with the long-standing companies, can stay in there and can sort of motivate the big ones, challenge the big ones as smaller entities to be better, and they can perform as well and can thrive. And competition among businesses is the essence of market economy as such. That's very important. If that can lead to a situation that we have too much power in one market, that would be a problem. So that's the second aspect, the second side, which then then again ends up in a truly liberal idea. It's the one of competition that needs to be secured and is secured by that. And we will probably discuss a few elements in more detail. It is always about really having a level playing field, competition on a level playing field at eye level. And that means that for the business that we are discussing here, there should not be disadvantages versus other businesses, but no specific benefits or advantages either. And if that legislative procedure will be triggered, will be launched shortly, I think in the federal parliament, in the Bundestag, we will see that debate regarding details, what happens, for instance, when the company has to be liquidated, has to be closed down, what happens at the end of that term, what happens in terms of tax aspects, regulatory aspects, how do we deal with them, etc. My position always is the one that there shouldn't be any disadvantages for these corporations with tied-up capital, but no regulatory or other benefits either. So at some point we need to say, well, specific purposes that we favor today, politically we give you some tax advantages. So now that is something that would be a distortion of competition in the wrong sense. So that's something that we need to avoid as well. And here I would still be the economist who does not want to see a distortion of the market. I'm still a liberal economist. So, well, these few statements which I think are the basis of that legal form, why I think it's preferable and why I also believe that we need to discuss that realistically. So not against a benchmark that does exist only theoretically, the efficiency of the capital markets, for example. We do not have a nirvana in which we live. Anything that is proposed and is pragmatically executed or implemented, compare that with a theoretical ideal that does not exist. We need to start at the status quo in a pragmatic way. We look at really existing scenarios and situations and compare them. And here this business with tied-up capital is a possibility to strengthen competition between different legal forms, a competition in the different markets and the segments where the newcomers can defend themselves against hostile takeovers, and the big ones have the possibility to really what has been achieved over generations in view of the situation that Germany is in right now, that this transfer is possible, that puts the purpose of the company in the focus and transfers that purpose or takes it forward into the future. These are the most important key points that I wanted to highlight here, and I'm very happy to go more into the details in the discussion. Yes, fortunately you will be staying with us a little bit longer, so please take your seat up here on the podium. And now, on the basis of this input, we would like to dive a little bit deeper. Well, feel free to take a seat, because I have already introduced you to our audience, and now I would like to introduce the additional panelist, Tobias Hocke, Chairman of the Wirtschaftsunion Deutschland.
Dann Katharina
Beck, financial political spokesperson of the Green Party in the German Federal Parliament. Katharina is one of the three rapporteurs of the government with regard to the new legal form that needs to be established. And the final panelist, Jasmin Arbabian-Vogel, the chairman of the Association or Federation of German Female Entrepreneurs. But I don't take a seat. I have outsourced this panel. Fortunately, my colleague, Dr. Wagner from Stiftung Verantwortungseigentum, he takes over and wants to moderate the panel.
Ja, herzlich willkommen.
Welcome.
Schönen Nachmittag, guten Nachmittag, Frühabend.
Well, hello, good day, good afternoon. Hello, welcome to the second panel
Maike
has already announced that I have also stepped in at very short notice, and I've taken over the moderation. But as a person who has been looking into the topic for 10 years, it's extremely difficult to now stick to the role of the moderator. I will have to really focus on that, and I should not give way, but I try to put myself in the moderation tie-up, so to speak, so not to voice my own views. Well, and please bear with me if it may happen that here or there I might dive into the content of our discussion as well. My distinguished panel lists here on the podium. Let me start with you, Yasmin, and you, Tobias. You're here as representatives of two federations, associations, which have formed an alliance consisting of now 27 federations with more than 120,000 members. And you have advocated very strongly a future lean implementation of what entrepreneurs need. Gesellschaft mit gebundenem Vermögen in Germany, cooperation with locked assets. Jasmin, what drives you as the chairman of your association to stand up for that? Well, I spend all day thinking, well, like you, well, I need to say something, I want to intervene, etc. But now it's my moment. I'm not only the chairman or chairwoman of the Association of German Female Entrepreneurs, but I'm also founder of two companies, and I bought another two. And the first foundation took place in 1996 in the legal form of Einzelunternehmung, single entrepreneur. Tax-wise, it's not really a business. And I have always had excellent consultants who told me, you need to change that, you need to switch it to a GmbH, company with limited liability, etc. I did it. I didn't do it because it had any benefits. Of course it did have benefits. I did it mainly because it has caused what my tax consultant had always told me. It had changed something in my mind, in my awareness, in my relationship between myself and my business. And now I can list a number of elements. I don't think I should do that because there's an audience here that understands it very easily. The message here is it is your being that determines your awareness, and therefore I'm a fan of different legal forms. And now I come back to your question. Why do we look into that as female entrepreneurs? Mr. Feld, regarding the succession topic, you have already described it very nicely, but I don't want to touch upon that too much. Just very briefly, what our female entrepreneurs, we've got 1,800 members in the whole Republic of Germany, what that drives them most is who is going to be my successor. The succession question, and the new legal form offers us opportunities. It provides us with possibilities because it enlarges the pool. Sometimes they don't have children, or children don't want it. Sometimes the employees would be more capable of doing it and they have fun doing it, but they don't have the money that is needed as well. So there are very good reasons to look into that new legal structure, legal form, because it can solve one of our most urgent problems. That's the first point, but you already said a few things about that. Thank you for that. The second point is, and again, this is something that we have discussed already today. We've shown that today. Ines mentioned it, and he highlighted something very important. People like you, you are founders. You found a business for different motives, motives that we understand. For me, it's easy to see your motivation. I did not found the business into a niche segment. That was one of the main reasons, or you look for a market niche, but many people found a business for other motives, for other reasons, because they say they want to provide a solution to a problem. And that's something that we need to take note of, that we need to understand. And I think the so-called old economy has got problems with that. But what we call purpose-driven, it's a fact. It has become a fact. And there is no corporate form, corporate law statute for that does justice to this new aspiration. And therefore we have to study that new legal form, because on the one hand it provides more opportunities, more possibilities, and on the other side we need to have that discussion because we do have problems. We are faced with problems. It's good that there are people like you or others that want to make a contribution, and therefore it's not only the corporate forms that need to be enlarged, but our pool of ideas and concepts needs to be enlarged as well, and this is a very, very good opportunity to do so.
Ja. Ganz lieben Dank.
Well, thank you very much, Yasmin. You have mentioned it, the younger generation. For whatever type of motive, they move towards entrepreneurship in a different way. They want to be entrepreneurs. These young people are here on the podium, and Tobias, you incorporate them. You are here, the chairman of Wirtschaftsjunioren Germany, the young economically interested people in Germany. So what moves you to be a member of that alliance of different associations and federations and sign up to that new structure? Well, we have already looked at that topic quite intensely. I personally am interested in it because we've got the annual topic this year, Agenda 2030, perspectives, where do we want to go from here? But in the German context, it's also important in the scope of sustainability objectives. And then you look at what you want to achieve going forward. And I have been through a few sort of establishments of new businesses or founding of new businesses, but while you sort of sort out things and you learn from your mistakes and you develop, but you're always linked to the owners, not to the purpose. So you work toward that, but the motivation is a different one. So that's an interesting approach. And the topic has been discussed content-wise this year. We had a great interview with Génica from Ecosia, and she also broke down one of the barriers and said, well, we do lots of things on a voluntary basis, but we also need to make a living. It's absolutely essential, and very often when it comes to that legal form, this is connected to it. So like bourgeoisie, it's not about that. If the business is committed to its own purpose, it can manage itself a lot better. 6% better wages and salaries. That's one of the real outcomes, and that's how we have discussed the topic. And you need to be fair and say, well, you said we are a youth organization. No, there are also the International Chambers of Commerce and Health that are members, Saarland and another one, and we have them as members in our bodies, and we've discussed the topics with them as well. And well, we are always trying to implement things quickly, effectively. We had controversial discussions. Of course, the question came up several times in the different bodies, well, how is that going to work? And when we started looking at the content and we had understood the content, we said, well, it makes sense. It sort of closes a gap with regard to succession. It even provides a lot of potential. Well-established companies that you cannot sort of donate for tax reasons, that you have to close down just because you don't find a successor, they need to be given a new solution. And very often when they were founded, it's sort of, we see what we can call out to a new group of investors. The paradigm is, well, you give half and we give half, and you make sure that the money doesn't get lost. But if it's committed to a purpose, to something important, it opens up new perspectives, and in a very targeted, well-oriented way, where we have got capable people coming from the universities, the graduates, etc., they are aligned to that vision, and I think that is the enormous potential behind that legal form.
Well, I think this is a very important aspect. We will come to it in a minute. So the whole discourse was characterized by the fact that the two very good drafts, and it became very legalese very rapidly. So what you discussed is that we should focus on the entrepreneurial work and not the legal aspects, and because then it can also participate in the success, and it's not about
a monk-like existence in the company. So, Katharina, you have been focusing on this topic for quite a long time already, and you're one of the 3 rapporteurs now within the legislative process for this new legal form. And I would like to hear from you and also the audience what is important from your point of view and how you assess the current discussion as a politician. So there were 2 representatives of professional associations and you as a politician. Yes, and I was also a founder in my life, and I worked for a long time in the economic sector, and I'm also a fan of the market economy, and even Professor Dr. Lars Feld and I do not always share the same views, but the fact that we are sitting here together shows that it is a huge integrative project which would actually be very beneficial for the market economy. And I would briefly like to explain how the political situation is. So the beautiful thing is that it has been mentioned in the coalition agreement. It's quite clear we will do it, but there's one limitation. We need to take a look at the tax code, and we did that very intensively. So first of all, there were some issues with possible tax evasion and inheritance tax, but this could be done away with. This is perfect, super. So we can now go on, and at this point I would like to convey a greeting from the other 2 rapporteurs, because it's not that they did not want to come, they could not come. So we are in very close exchange, and we are absolutely willing to implement this project. And I'm quite happy that we get so much applause for this coalition project of the Traffic Light Coalition. So please go out and tell it to other people. Apart from the greetings, can you also tell us who the other rapporteurs are? Well, this is Esra Limbacher, who has been in Turkey or is still in Turkey with Robert Habeck, but will join us at the dinner tonight, and Otto Fricke, who is also a budget expert, but he's so busy that he could not come here, but they convey their cordial greetings, and we as the Traffic Light Coalition are absolutely behind it. And rapporteur means, for those of you who do not know it, means that you accompany a law in the parliamentary process and that you negotiate it. So in the end, it's a project of the judiciary. We also have a seat in the legal committee in order to be able to get this position of a rapporteur. Because in fact, I'm a huge fan, because of different reasons that have already been brought up, because this competition of different possibilities is great. The freedom to choose, I'm always a fan of that. And it would be crazy if we would not do it, because there are no reasons standing against it, apart from some people thinking that things are taken away from them. But we do not take anything away from anyone. We just increase the options. So everything stays the same, plus an additional alternative, and we haven't had any new legal form for businesses for a very long time, but here we see a clear need. So companies have already started with very difficult and complicated structures like golden shares or whatever to build this model, and it's just our task to help the 72% of medium-sized businesses, the 22 federal associations, and also the 100,000 companies that you represent in the associations, in order to allow for them to choose this model. And last aspect, one last aspect, which is very important to me. I think the discussion in between has evolved around good entrepreneurs, but I think we should simply focus on the very boring, very simple aspect of the new legal form, which is 100% binding of the assets, and
dann so auch ermöglichen.
This is what we should allow for. It's as simple as that.
Da kann ich natürlich nur zustimmen.
Of course I can just agree to what you said. And I say this not as moderator, but now I'm back here in my position as a moderator. You just talked about the role as a rapporteur in order to accompany the whole process, and you just said that also from a tax point of view, there's no reason why this could still be, this project could still fail, and you did not say it needs to be this legal form and no other, but this was really a process of 3 years where you ended up with a legal form. And I also pointed to the fact that this discourse, or in the discourse, the GmbH drafts were already available, and the whole discourse immediately became very legalese. So my impression is that in some areas completely different things were negotiated in the course of this project. And Mr. Feld, you're very connected to this legal form. You told us and described that, why this is so. So what's your perception about the discourse? What has been negotiated in the discourse? Well, if you are an economist like myself, there's Adam Smith, who says it's not about the specific purpose of the company, but the profit orientation is sufficient. So the old saying that we don't care about the baker and the butcher because they provide us with meat or bread, because we want to generate profits. And this is the basis for what we developed in the economic world, in the economic realm. And what we've heard on this panel is that this purpose, I mean, it has not been explicitly mentioned, but it's a possibility to become active in a niche in order to be successful and also generate profit. But from today's perspective, the purpose to develop something with which you can improve the world in what form ever. It does not have to be a specific, or does not have to have a political connotation. It's simply sufficient to say, well, I've got a great product and I can improve the world with that. However, this does not play a role in the traditional economy. So the profit generation as a purpose, as an objective, is sufficient. However, if we look at reality, we do see many companies who say that they want to improve the world with their products, and in the dimensions I am working in, they also come to better results. So people might say, well, we already have that, we don't need a new legal form. However, the family-run businesses actually felt rejected by this steward ownership, because many family-run businesses thought of themselves already as steward owners. If we look at the companies in the financial crises who actually gave up of their equity capital in order to steer the company through the crises and maintain their staff, we had the same situation in the COVID pandemic. The problem was a little bit different, but we ended up in a slightly similar situation. So the medium-sized or the family-run businesses already said they actually are always acting very responsibly. And so when you now say we want to have a responsible ownership, steward ownership, then of course people react to it. And it sounds as if they never showed any responsibility in their business. It's difficult, you know. And this is why the technical term GmbH with linked assets is much better from my point of view. And this is why two different positions are being mixed, from the economic, theoretical perspective, and the other, which is based on the status quo, which says we are all responsible and we all show our responsibility. And So a lot of the discussion, a lot of the discourse derives from that. And my impression is that some of the aspects have already calmed down. One criticism that remains is, what are we trying to do with it? Is it a protectionist concept? So if the investor who would like to take over is being cut off, but I mean, we do the same thing with the foundation-based companies, but only those can do it who are able to cover the high transaction costs. And one of you already described it. These are huge sums, and the hour of a lawyer is very expensive, and there are many lawyers who are coming up with the very complex structures. I mean, we could do it a little more affordable. And what I have already mentioned in my presentation is that we have to see we are not living in a perfect world. There are many irrational ideas or distortions in the market, especially when it comes to the competition. This is key on the level of the legal forms and the different choices that you have, but also in the markets themselves. Because in different markets, we have a market position of the traditional established companies, which is difficult to challenge by the startups, by the young companies. And there are markets, for example, in the digital realm, or also in the pharmaceutical segment, where the large corporations are able to identify possible future competitors and simply to buy them. This leads to power structures in the markets that are unfavorable, and solutions that might be better are not being realized. So the competitors not being purchased, and then the old traditional company says, okay, they've got a great idea, so we will change our system, but they simply continue with business as usual. I mean, we are not all so satisfied with the products of Microsoft, but it's still a large provider of software who has managed to stay on the market. So, very interesting. And I mean, we've already touched upon traditional terminology and traditional cultures and proven structures, and the other thing is something semantic, whether someone feels well neglected by this new terminology. Well, may I add two things? I mean, you are quite right. The GmbH, when it was introduced, there were sufficient critics who, and I can also mention Walter Eugen, who thought that the GmbH is a tricky thing because the liability issue was broken up, or the liability obligation is broken up. But you already brought it onto the table. It's not about a specific competitive advantage. I mean, many ideas for products would not be realized, which have a purpose themselves, which is improving the world and the segment they function. And I think we should have this openness, and the GmbH with an asset lock or bound capital should be kept neutral. Well, Jasmine, you as an entrepreneur, also in a network of entrepreneurs, would you confirm that? Is this also in line with your perception? Which were the reasons behind the criticism? Well, I can fully agree. I'm not going to repeat everything. You described it very nicely, but I see another aspect, and I would like to mention it here. I think we all know that we're living in times of change. And over the past years, it has become quite clear that we have a serious problem on this planet. And the core of our economic system, I mean, we have a capitalist system, and this has become
under pressure massively, because the core of the capitalist system is growth. And in a world which has its limits, endless growth is an illusion. So we cannot continue with business as usual. We know that, and this exerts pressure on us. And I think that many people have the insight that things have to change, but they've got great difficulty with this. So I think the introduction of this new legal form is quite good, because it's not about doing away with the capitalist system, because this is the system which has increased global wealth. But we have to try to transform capitalism. We have to try to give capitalism a phase or a form which is compatible to the planetary boundaries. And so it's an attempt to reconcile the economic system with the planetary boundaries. So this is why it's so necessary, but I can fully understand that many people have difficulties with it and that they struggle with it. And it's our obligation, our task, to do everything that we can do to take away these fears, to take away these concerns. It's not about doing away with capitalism, because this leads to some kind of rejection or opposition by many people, because it questions everything that they have believed in so far, or everything that they have done so far, that they've based their lives on. It's not about doing away with capitalism. We just have to try to transform it. This is very important.
Tobias,
at the beginning you talked about the different obstacles on your mind, or obstacles that you mentioned among your friends, your followers. Is that what has just been described, the encountering of concerns? Everybody knows that we need to change something. Nobody knows exactly how to do it, what to do. Is that what you've also perceived in your talks? Well, it's counterintuitive with what you know from school, your education, or wherever you are trained. But when you think it through, it makes sense again, because the entire topic, that legal form, does not exclude capitalism and competition. On the contrary, it is a fruitful plus to that. We need to act in order to be competitive. You need to be successful as an entrepreneur. The only thing that changes is that that success is to the best and in the best interest of the purpose, and then will help to grow further, to serve the purpose even better. So it is just that sort of moving away from shareholder value. The corporate success, I give something, and then I want to benefit from that success directly in a monetary way. This is not what you want. It's more the purpose that is at the heart of it. And you still work in these companies. You, of course, get reimbursed for your work. You get pay. You get compensation. So it's just the ownership structure that is different, and it offers new forms of participation. And co-determination is very important, so you can retain your staff much better in your company. So the GBR model is exciting too. So take everybody on board without going to the notary's office every time, because many people want to identify with the business as a stakeholder, as someone who takes an active role and give it a character. And if you still have that traditional mindset, it's counterintuitive at first. But once you've internalized the entire structure, it offers new chances, new opportunities. And it means that capitalism can be used in a good, in a positive way, and in a transformative way. And that's what is decisive. So capitalism and criticism vis-à-vis capitalism, what we also see when we look at the climate protests is counterproductive. We need a different approach in order to consume in a better way and go into the right direction.
Katharina, du hast ja gerade falsch was mitgeschrieben.
Katharina, you took notes. Do you want to respond? Well, let me touch upon 1 point or 2, or even 3 and 4. Steward ownership, the term. I was already quite happy that you mentioned it explicitly once more. I just said that some people are afraid that somebody takes something away from them, but if you give it a name, it means that you deny that others assume responsibility as well, and therefore it was a problem. And I'm quite happy that the official title of this conference is VE, or Steward-Ownership SO in English. And I want to take it out of this emotional field, and therefore I think it is something simple, 100% asset lock, just a simple business, a boring thing to do, nothing exceptional, because that was actually the problem, has been a problem for a long time, and I do understand why people had problems with that terminology. And I've worked as a consultant in many businesses, many companies. It feels a bit stupid once a new institution comes up and say, now we are responsible, you haven't been responsible. So it happened to me in the past. I worked with the GLF Bank and reported, and then we had sort of value-oriented type of banking when I worked with the staff there, and we discussed that with other female entrepreneurs, and they said, well, we've got values as well, so it should never be a separating, a dividing element. It should be an extension, an enlargement, and I think this has been, it has developed better in the past years. We have advanced quite in a positive way. It's crass that such a huge movement deals with something as crazy as a new legal form for a company. And therefore, thank you for your stamina, your endurance, your real energy that you've invested, all the legal experts, the professors, etc. You have not always received an applause only. Thank you very much for all the efforts you have spent in order to support us in creating this new legal form. Without all these people behind the scenes, I would not have understood why European corporate law arguments are no longer valid. You need very committed, knowledgeable legal experts like lawyers who help you to understand the context. So I've learned a lot. We talked about the GmbH with asset lock once more, and it has developed into something that it will probably most simple to create a separate law, so we try to work into that direction. And well, what I would like to say to conclude, some come up and say, well, do capitalism differently? Well, we've got corporations for that. But it's a different form of entrepreneurship. Cooperatives are totally different. I interviewed Christian Koll, the founder of Ecosia, and he told me, no, cooperative doesn't work. You need to be able to take decisions quickly as an entrepreneur. Capitalism is good and provides you with efficient solutions. It cannot always be a grassroots democratic level. It's just the asset lock, and still you need to be agile, you need to be flexible, you need to take entrepreneurial action, but with that 100% asset lock, and therefore it cannot be sufficient to have a super expensive foundation or a cooperative. We need that new legal form, and that's another argument. There is a gap that we need to be closed, and I hope we can do that soon.
Well,
this was like a final remark to conclude the entire panel. Katharina, thank you for that. Well, I had prepared another question, but you all have already answered that question. Sometimes there have been doubts in this discourse whether this entrepreneur understanding, to move away from the legal form is not in contradiction to fundamental principles of the market economy, and what you've just expressed had made it very clear that this is not the case. So thank you very much. Well, one question to the two representatives of the federations and associations. Would you like to give Katharina something to take home to her committee work? Well, it's important once that law-making process is over. It should not be a teethless tiger. It is a message we need to really take that into the different executing institutions, the different chambers, the tax consultants, the administrations, etc. So that is very important. It needs to be a political signal that is sent out into the country, and it needs to be something that is viable and can be executed. So talked about the GmbH by a female entrepreneur or medium-sized company who wants to use that. It needs to be simple so that you don't need 3 consultants, 2 auditors and 5 lawyers in order to understand how it should work. It should be like a GmbH, so a limited liability company with that 100% asset lock, but it should be something that doesn't require a lot of red tape, not too bureaucratic. Well, something we need to say. Well, I don't have to put that down. I can remember that. It's something that is easy to remember. Well, but sometimes you've got something in theory, but once you have to enact that and then you tell yourself, oh God, what is lying ahead of me? I don't want that. So please, when it comes to the lawmaking process, make sure that you don't have 25 different if. So keep it simple, and you can rather sort of revise it a bit more if there's really a problem, instead of making sure that the tiniest detail is also covered in it. Well, to do means to want, but it's more crass. Well, you want to add something? Well, if I've got that opportunity, so thank you very much. Well, I would like to ask you to take something along. We talked about capitalism. When we agreed that the use of resources in capitalism is not really top anymore, then you could take the following along. We should transform capitalism into a capitalism that gives us more freedom and more opportunities. And that would be something that is absolutely linked to that new legal corporate form. Well, thank you very much. Great thanks to you for having participated in that panel, for the different inputs and contributions, and for having had this discussion with us. Thank you for the great facilitation of this panel discussion.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Selfie ist ein richtiges Foto, ne?
Hinter mir wird direkt wieder fleißig.
Well, you see that helping hands change the stage once more. We're nearly at the end of the presentation, but it was already announced that Robert Habeck is in Turkey now, the Minister for the Economy and Climate Action. He was supposed to be here, but unfortunately hasn't been able to make it. But he has recorded a video message on the topic that we have discussed all day long, and I'm very happy to present Robert Habeck, our Federal Minister for the Industry and Climate Action here.
Hello and good afternoon from my side, and apologies for not being able to be with you that day on site at your day of Steward-Ownership. I hope you know that this topic is important to me, and I've mentioned it in one of my books, and so I'm really sorry that I can't be here with you. But on the other hand, I'm glad that I can at least contribute this video statement to your conference. I thought the concept of creating an appropriate legal basis for a company with tied capital was great from the beginning. I supported it from the outset, and I'm pleased that the idea was taken up by the coalition, or in the coalition agreement. It's an admirable civil society concept that now has advocates from all political camps. And I know that it still has to be implemented, and that the coalition agreement has not yet been completed. I can say on behalf of myself and the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Protection that I will not fail, because it will not fail because of us. As Minister of Economics, I support this concept with everything I can. In concrete terms, this means, first, the high demand for a new legal form was recently confirmed once again by the statement of 22 business associations. As Minister of Economics, I would like to expand the range of options where it makes sense to do so. I would like to offer entrepreneurs a suitable range of legal forms and thus expand their freedom of choice. We must be open to new concepts, even if they do not fit one-to-one into the existing
existing scheme. In that case, the scheme will have to be changed. And secondly, the new legal form holds great potential for the socio-ecological transformation. For example, a company with locked-in assets creates a favorable condition of its own accord for the resilience of companies, their long-term economic activity, and it supports these companies in standing up for their values. In addition, the new legal form can be a building block for solving succession problems. Hundreds of thousands of medium-sized and especially smaller companies will be confronted with succession issues by the end of 2025. Therefore, special alternatives are important in case succession in the genetic family is not possible. So to speak, a succession alternative within a family of skills and values. The new legal form also leads to an increase in equal opportunities and enables less wealthy but entrepreneurially capable persons to become shareholders. It is important for me to emphasize once again that this is not about categorizing companies as good or bad. Steward ownership is already practiced in various legal forms. Germany, in particular, has a responsible tradition of medium-sized family businesses. So it's not a question of legal forms being opposed to each other, but of complementing or expanding them, an expansion of the possibilities. The legal dresses, so to speak, available at the moment simply no longer meet the comprehensive needs of all entrepreneurs. Therefore, an alternative incentive model is to be established with a new concept. Ultimately, only competition between the legal forms will decide whether this model proves its worth. Who could have anything against this? However, based on the large number of supporters from the entrepreneurial community, I'm confident that the new legal form will be a success model. Ultimately, it's up to you, your commitment that we have come this far. Now we have to make this effort a success. We are committed to this, and I wish you an exciting conference and overall, in any way, much success, but especially for the fact that we get a legal form for steward ownership. Well, this is a message that we would like to take home and that we are very happy about. So the whole topic of the suitable legal form and easy and simple solutions is not only a German issue, it's also an international one. And we already mentioned the benefit corporation. This is not sufficient. We want to touch upon the core and the ownership question. This is why I'm quite happy that we have a video message from the Justice Commissioner. Sorry.
Dear participants, achieving a more sustainable economy is vital for Europe's future prosperity. And businesses are the engine behind this transition. The challenges we face require long-term vision from policymakers and from industry alike. As leaders and steward owners, you already know it well. Your future-oriented business models have sustainability at their core. And I believe there are many lessons that we can learn from your approach. We need to foster corporate governance models that support and promote the shift towards a more sustainable economy. Governance models that are sustainable, innovative, and better performing. Governance models that, like steward ownership, are always looking to the future. This is one of the goals we would like to achieve with our proposal for a directive on corporate sustainability due diligence. Our proposal is an ambitious and comprehensive framework with 3 key actions. First, it will require companies to address their adverse impact on human rights and the environment throughout their global value chain. Second, it will require directors to take adverse impacts on people and the environment into account in their decisions. And third, it will require large companies to adopt a climate transition plan. I'm confident that the proposal will bring a meaningful shift in how businesses operating in Europe approach sustainability. And when it comes to long-term impact, there is even more we can do on corporate governance. Take multiple vote share structures, for example. They facilitate access to funding while allowing decision-making power to remain in the hands of the founder-owner. That makes them a good structuring option for SMEs and SMEs growth market who are most in need for funding to grow sustainably. Before I conclude, let me repeat that to secure our sustainable future, we need to focus on driving long-term investment and sustainable governance. That is why I see a clear role for steward ownership to play. Your existing models place you well to help lead the transition our citizens need. Innovative ownership models are gaining ground across Europe, and the Commission looks at them with interest. Many thanks for giving me the possibility to share these thoughts with you.
Ja, und damit merken wir, der nächste Schritt geht nach Europa.
So the next step is going towards Europe. So this was quite a lot, but I think it was also quite cool, and I think all of you might have the need to think about it, to discuss it with your peers, at a dinner buffet with dinner speeches and a lot of room for exchange.
Und gleichzeitig
and
haben wir heute wirklich viel gehört, wie diese Pflanze, Verantwortungseigentum oder Gesellschaft mit gebundenem Vermögen nach vorne gekommen ist. Aber ich möchte jetzt gerade zu Ende der Konferenz uns allen irgendwie auch mal sagen, wir haben vielleicht heute mit dem Bundespräsidenten, mit der klaren Aussage von Katharina Beck, dass trotz allem
has said it today, and Katharina Beck has already promised us that she will see this project through despite all the quarrels in the Traffic Light Coalition. And yes, we have taken the first steps, but there is a long road to go. And you shouldn't go home and say, okay, everything's great. No, but this idea needs all of us, and Katharina Beck has just said it. There are huge mountains that still need to be climbed in order to reach a model, a legal model that is being used by many. Many people simply don't know how this works. We have the legal form. Of course, it would be great if Parliament pushes it, but we do also say that we need people from different offices, from different parties, who need to show that there is a need, and politics needs this incentive and this push.
Richtige Investorinnen und Investoren finden, ist auch eine, die wir ja durchaus hier
And the question of the right investors is something that we've also discussed here, and we need to do a lot in this regard as well. So, dear friends and ladies and gentlemen, I hope that we are now energized, and of course we will meet again tonight, and we will have the opportunity to listen to good dinner speeches, and maybe also from the political realm. But one thing is quite clear. We have reached an interim peak, so to speak. There's still a long way to go, and it needs all of us. Yes, and we only see like spotlights at this conference. We meet here, and we only see specific sections, but what happens in between is the important thing. So in this spirit, we would like to conclude the official part of the Day of Steward-Ownership with our thanks, and then we would like to continue next door with the evening part. And first of all, I'd like to thank Maike Kauffmann, who has so wonderfully guided us through this conference despite this spontaneous appearance. So thank you very much. This was really great. This was amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm blushing. And of course, I'd also like to thank everyone who has stepped in at short notice, Till, Jakob, and all the others in the team who have contributed, and also our speakers, of course, and also all of you, all the participants that you have contributed so nicely.
I want to particularly thank our English-speaking participants, because I know that today was quite tough on you. We had simultaneous translation, but I am tired. I'm sure you're so tired. And we've heard you. We know that future kind of events should have even more English-speaking content, and we're on it, promise.
And conferences as big as this, with 500 people from many different nations, are difficult and cannot difficult to organize. It can not only be funded by participants, but we need donors. And this is why we'd like to thank all those who have made financial contributions, which allowed us to conduct this conference with a 100% organic buffet, which will also be available at night in this great location. So great thank you to Globus, the Radialsystem, which has allowed us to have our conference here. So Net, Gira, Arche, Getreu, 1 Stiftung, Goldammer, Verlag, HPT, Ecosia, Völke, WoW, Schminke, Wala, Wild, Stromboli, Einhorn, and yeah, thank you very much. Well, and last but not least, we would like to thank the whole team. The team that has worked for months for this conference, also the Radial team and the whole Purpose and Steward-Ownership Foundation. And I would like to ask all of you to come to the podium now.
The team is even larger. We have fabulous translators over there who worked very hard the entire day. Thank you so much.
And the federal president has told us today that we should be bold and courageous and do experiments, and we take all our force that is still left. Please stand up, take your hands in front of you. Now you start collecting energy, generate energy, and now I count down, and at 0 you clap your hands. So energy, 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 more and more and more and more, faster, 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 faster. And 3, 2, 1, clap.
Danke. Mit dem Headset.